dedicated cluster for them.
For example. We also have managed storage centers.
Okay. Okay. What is the backup convert you are using? Okay, good.
Storage, we have multiple data applications.
So for if I talk about especially about backup, so you provide like customer give the requirement like need backup. So it is like you schedule as per your it's based on the customer only, and you have dedicated media servers for different or it is shared one. Okay,
Some large service customer.
we do dedicatedly less. Okay.
Why I will at the bank.
Okay.
These are the two ones. Today's workshop mostly we are looking for an one architecture. What's the Coredge architecture? What are the backend components used?
I'm just waiting for my screen to be shared. Then when we gonna start, that's why I was just doing conversations. It is connected, but it is not getting populated there. Is it?
Check is better. All of our
All Mac.
converter laptop connect பண்ணிப்பாங்க.
Some actions happen here, like my cursor got into hung state, but it doesn't go there. करो आप करो आपको डायरेक्ट लग जाता है आपके पास भी नहीं है हम्म
ये कोई डॉक्यूमेंटेशन
Finally, you get to.
hello
Hi.
Miles.
Hi. Why you so silent? More, I know.
Can
you start with some basic, like baselining of what we have, what are the pictures? Yeah.
Sir.
एक मैंने आपको चैट पे दिया वो एक बार ओपन कर दो उसमें थोड़ा आर्किटेक्चर एक्सप्लेन कर देते हैं फिर इसमें डीप डाइव होता है तो ओवरऑल Scroll down to the architecture section, we'll start from there. So the platform which we offer is developed based on microservice architecture, and it is deployed on Kubernetes. So the Kubernetes which is being used is also like hardened by Coredge, and that is listed on CNCF, and it is by the name CKP, Coredge Kubernetes Platform. So all the services of a platform runs on that particular Kubernetes, which is hardened by Coredge, and every service is made in a way that it is like pluggable with different things. We can have multiple microservice like microservices running. For example, if we have to do further integration, we can just spin up another microservice for those. So this is like a typical architecture where wherever we deploy for active backup kind of setup, we have one data center in say Mumbai, one is in Noida. So in that way, we have majorly there are two kind of data, like two databases being used. One is Postgres, one is Mongo, and then all these services in some way consume these two databases. Again, those runs on a cloud native architecture. And the active and passive is being managed by their native supports of enabling the passive side based on S3 replication, or if we have any shared storage or a cross network replication is available, we use that for consumption. So the orchestration layer, where you see the UI portal, where you provision the resources, whatever does the orchestration sits here. And then in each region, if we are doing multi-site deployment, we would have clusters of OpenStack and Kubernetes if we are using it, right? And then when we say OpenStack, it is again hardened by Coredge to fit on the requirement, whatever we service we offer, we enable those services on Kubernetes when we do the deployment. So when we say OpenStack, OpenStack internally uses KVM only, so that there's n number of service offers. So the one which we harden, verify, we do the testing, then those services we only deploy. Like it gives tons of services, but everything cannot be production available, production ready. So whatever we do the hardening, that's only we provide. So OpenStack can be for storage. OpenStack can connect to n number of storage available, considering its driver is available for its native service, which is Cinder. So like generally, if we talk about Hitachi, NetApp, these all are general hardware like storage are available. We can directly plug in. We have just to give information about that. But when we deploy, normally what we do, we deploy the self storage at the back end for storage consumption. So main difference is when you use those NetApp and all, you have that fiber channel connectivity and all, then you were able to provision. This work on TCP/IP, TCP/IP suite, which is like you like in simple way we can say ice-curry type of connection, but it is not that way. You have to create targets and all. So all those internal connection and communication happens on the TCP/IP stack only. So this is overall how things look like. We have this orchestration layer, then we have OpenStack layer, then we have the storage layer. So these things works in this way. So natively, this enables the when we deploy this, it enables the monitoring of each and everything, starting from the storage layer, then the compute layer, then this layer, the orchestration layer itself. So for monitoring, what we use, we have few of the readily available exporters, which are available for general consumption. And then there are few of the specific one where we want to do some mapping. If we talk about this here, we create organization and projects and all, right? So if we want to visualize how many VMs are this in this organization or cell, etc. So we have written exporters for those, and we use Victoria metrics as a data source, times this data source. So, and again, that also runs on this along with the orchestration. So this is like general pieces which are available as part of a stack deployment. maybe we can switch to that. Acha, PPT in the open.
Okay, madam, sir. If you have already,
So if you talk about Coredge standard pieces which constitute a product or suite, like these are the one. We have we have CPP, which is mostly around the IAS kind of services. Then we have CO, which is mostly around PaaS services, DBS service, Kubernetes cluster as a service, these things. Then I was talking about the Kubernetes hardened Kubernetes platform. So that is CKP. And then we have hardened OpenStack, which is Vim Manager like KVM and all. And then we have complete all together. We deploy in a single way. So it is considered cloud suite. And then in Orbiter, along with Orbiter, we have a product called DFlare, like that is being currently work on, where we give workspaces as a service. I guess this is not what we have discussed earlier, right? VGPU. So I was talking about, so these are like a portfolio kind of thing. So
the defense platform offering, a platform offering, or is it to service it only?
it is a platform, okay? It is a product which consumes GPU for providing a workspace as a service. Like GPU enabled workspaces where developer and those can do all those.
That
AI.
you deploy on top of Kubernetes.
Yes. So those are deployed in container environment. Like we have dedicated images for different tools installed in it, and then that is
will basically take this.
yes. So it has additional functionality of like scheduling, and then when user want to access, it will just consume and then leave the into the back into the pool. Those kind of stuff. So I was talking about this observability. So we at the bottom layer we have these components: storage, controller, compute, and middleware. Middleware is where CKP is installed, and we have orchestration services running there. So at each layer we have n number of exporters running. For example, for Ceph, we have dedicated exporter running to give us the matrices and store them in Victoria DB. Then for the controller of OpenStack or Ceph, both for all those things, there are exporters running here. Again, it pushed back the matrices to here in the Victoria matrix. And then for compute as well. So in these controller and there are n number of services. For example, if I talk about OpenStack, there are services like RabbitMQ, MariaDB, okay, memcached. So these things are getting monitored and alerts are consumed accordingly, configured them.
This different color codes are network or what it is?
Yeah, this is different color code of network. Like so, storage will have storage access network and then the application network. Those networks. This is for data traffic. Yeah.
Data traffic for the customer production workload.
Yes. So the IP which customer will get will be called data traffic.
This will hop to where? This will hop to WAN router or where it is?
It will go to the leaf switch or whatever the architecture is. So generally, if we does the deployment for a very large kind of setup, we have dedicated storage switches. Then we have dedicated switches for this controller. So this is main where it does the east
You
west.
want a physical switch separately for the storage?
No, we don't want. We want it to be configured as per the requirements of bonding in terms of number of interfaces. It is up to you to configure the upper section as per your current available infra.
What is the number?
It is 25 into 2 Gbps, so like bonding speed.
That is, this is for the storage network traffic.
Yes. So out of these two, this is one which is replication, and this is one where the data is served for the volumes. Like when we create volume.
Replication from what? From
So when we
node or it is
between nodes. No. So it is not exactly between nodes, it is between disks.
so the replica.
Yes, replica. It is not just like one-to-one mapping, like one disk is replicated there. So there's something called logically PGs, which is built on this like logical entity, PG basis copies. So it can have one PG here and then one PG on another disk. So that this network is used for those replication, internal replication.
But the post connectivity also will be separate or how it is?
Yeah, it will be this one data network for the so inside we have two network. One is cluster network, one is public network. Public network is used for accessing the data. Like for example, a disk of 100 GB attached. So it, some VM need IO. So that is being done by public network, and then the internal replication. If a data is written and then it need to be replicated internally, it is used internal like cluster network.
For set, why need public network?
Sorry.
Why need public network for set?
So public network doesn't mean public network means it is available to access the data. It doesn't mean public network isn't. What do you understand about the data? Like, it is not a public network. Like you may, what is your understanding about public?
I thought since it also has the arbitrary, right? So whether you're talking.
No. That is the public in general means it will be consumed by the client to access the data. So here the client will be VMs. Yeah.
So like all the, just to add on Mars point, if I am audible.
Yes,
So
yes.
the public network that is Mars is mentioning is just the public network in terms of storage. So the virtual machines that are using block volumes from the storage, all the traffic of read write latency will happen on this network VLAN, which is running on a dedicated bond.
You're saying something wrong. Yeah.
See, in terms
Who is
of
on the
our-
ball?
Yeah, Abhimanyu.
Abhimanyu. Our existing network, we separated the production traffic and management. Management traffic will be used by our management research gateway. Production traffic is totally a different one. Is the similar kind of setup is available?
Yes. Yeah, so if you see, so this is totally internal network in terms of VM. Like any user is not going to access over this network. If you see the compute node, there's a dedicated bond for the production traffic. So if you see this is the only node, or this is the node controller like OpenStack node, which has additional third pair of NIC. So this is being consumed for the user traffic. So this is no way user is going to access this one. It will the VM will be created here. He will get an IP from whatever the interface we have here. And then internally this hypervisor will attach a disk to it.
We have to color code it for easy understanding. This is for the
Data traffic.
compute.
Yeah, compute. Data traffic, compute controller like this.
Compute controller storage. There's no data.
Storage not attached.
What kind of data it is?
It is like production IP network. Production network.
The VM production.
Yes.
type.
Yes.
That is what is the middleware server?
This is where our orchestration layer sits, where we have.
So what is your control? Oh, this is like Coredge orchestration.
Yes, and this is for CVM or OpenStack or storage controllers.
Shall we relate that the controller servers are management server?
These ones.
Yes.
So you can think of it as a where your vCenter appliance runs.
Orchestration server.
vCenter appliance run, right?
So middleware server is there. There are orchestration. This is OpenStack orchestration.
Yes,
That is Coredge orchestration.
correct.
So data, then this one management.
Yeah, this one management.
Management is anywhere to connect to all.
So it is the blue is the storage.
Blue is the
Storage and application.
storage for VM also. Compute is also connected.
Yes,
Right?
yes.
What is this storage?
It's for management.
So management, what does management mean? Application network. So I will tell you. One is replication, where it does the internal replication across the storage, disk and devices.
That is on which one is it?
This one, application.
blue.
Yes.
But blue is connected everywhere.
Yeah, because it will go there. If we have, so in some scenarios, we have like SCI kind of setup where we have disk attached to each node. And then, for example, like if you go concept wise, there is storage node, but in some scenarios, we have the disk coming from the compute itself when we have a hyper-converged kind of environment. So in those scenarios, we put a link for replication on the compute as well.
It's not getting hyper-converged. Hyper-converged storage will be sitting in the same compute node. No?
Yes.
Here you created a storage node separately.
Yes.
In this storage node, the replica factor will happen through this blue link.
Yes. Yes.
What is the connection required for this storage management with your middleware? This is not orchestration.
Yes.
Network. This is
I think
orchestration network.
they mentioned storage data and replication. So storage data, so from the compute will get the storage.
Like it is.
Data is on this line.
No, not that.
Yeah, data is on this. If you see, is this
So
storage?
this is only for storage replication. Because this is a grid
The
one.
color coding says storage data and replication.
Where it
Blue color.
this storage data, this storage data for customer to access the data, the volume which you present,
Correct.
is that on the blue or orange?
Yeah, this will be orange. The application is for this one. Like this is not a hard coded thing. We logically like this is
okay. You put this diagram with some thought process. No,
Yes,
we like to
yes.
understand what it is. We will, whether to customize what we do, we'll do it later. The understanding is that between these nodes,
this one is
storage
replication.
is spread across between
Yes.
multiple disks.
Yes.
Internally, whether it's the 2-factor, 3-factor, or whatever
Yeah, whatever.
replication factor,
Yes.
I need to configure it. For that, this network is used to connectivity for that.
Yes.
Anything to volume, if I provision from this storage to any of the computer
It will
middle,
use by
is
this.
with this one.
Yes.
But I see this blue is connected across all. I don't know what role you will do from the Coredge or the data replication point of view.
Yes, so I'm telling there was some requirements where internally we run some of the customer where we put OSDs here as well, like disk.
That's okay.
Yes,
You saying my disk will also present
Yes.
there, so that I'll use it.
Yes.
Suppose I'm not using disk.
So it can be.
What is our middleware?
Here also it can be disconnected.
You are saying beyond storage node, I will also use the other compute also to play some capacity for the storage.
Yes.
For in our case, we not required.
We're not required. If not required, like if I talk about this one data, it will be used for
For
the
your application
for
to
your
data, I understand. Data you need storage across all the platform. Right?
yes. It will not be needed if we don't have any disk attached to these boxes.
So what you mean by this network border leaf?
So these are like a standard typical network architecture which we have. So if we have scenarios where we want to have dedicated large form of storage server,
Then
then
we
we
separate switches for everything, or you wanted to use
No.
a switch?
no, it is just a naming convention. It can be same.
What is the best practice? Ideally, it should separate switch.
Yeah. If we are talking about this storage,
It's a
it should
separate
have
switch.
separate. That is better.
Right. It's better to have a border leaf, the one that Mars is showing. Border
One
leaf
leaf
is a
reserved for storage network, you're saying.
Mars. Can you show the diagram because I'm not able to see? Okay.
Yeah. आप देख लो बस आ गया ना
Hmm.
मैं आज शेयर करता हूँ
जो शेयर कर रहे हो उसको शेयर करो.
No, so
Check कर दिया ना?
so okay, yeah. So border leaf, so in this diagram, it
So Abhimanyu,
typically
we are
means-
on this particular slide,
हाँ,
where the
ठीक है.
question is on the basically IA from, if you see on the blocks on the top, from the management API operation to ISP, what exactly is this?
So let me explain. Yeah. So at the top,
fabric for us.
from
You
the
will
top,
Over here and then we can figure our servers to it.
Are
But
you,
now-
are you referring to like spinning leaf like Cisco, Juniper, AC architecture type, or any standard switch you will make them as like a border leaf?
Like
So
it
any
is
standard,
conceptual wise, like it should be in a way that if I talk about
Conceptual wise, I don't do any configuration in the leaf. Everything is handled at a spine level. Is it your setup like that?
Yeah, it can work. It's not.
Not about it can work. Do you do orchestrate anything to spine or it is
No, no.
pre-configured?
It is
So we
pre-configured.
don't.
It is only, it's like a core switch and then the head switch.
Yes, yes,
You understand
yes,
that?
yes, yes. We don't do any configuration here until, like, there are few cases where we give peripheral firewall configuration. In those scenarios, we access those, and then there are few scenarios where do the bare metal provisioning, and then we provide the GPU cluster. And in those scenarios, we would
These are pre-configured already, the trunk mode and everything. Are you orchestrate anything on
no,
the side?
no. It is expected to be configured.
Like static.
Yes. With respect to this, it is pre-configured.
The ideal recommendation is to have a storage replication software
Yes.
separately.
Yes.
Okay, or border, whatever you call it.
Yes.
And then management a separate leaf.
Yes.
Your production data can.
External data is different.
But they all can connect to spine.
Yes.
In that case, it has a cross connect between this platform. It is not physically isolated.
Yes.
Will that not be a security risk exposing both management and production to?
So yeah, that's why we leave this part to you to configure as per your standard and best practices. We can just give you a reference that storage will consume lot of traffic.
I can remove this part. It is not mandate for you as spine
Yes.
border architecture.
Yes, yes.
Standalone switches, if I
So,
give.
Abhimanyu, you want to add something?
Yeah, just wait. Let me add. Can you hear me?
Abhimanyu, question is like, can we remove this like leaf architecture
No,
kind
no,
of
no. We
thing?
cannot. See. You can hear me. Rajat.
No, sorry, my bad.
You can hear me now.
Yeah, sorry, it's my bad.
Okay, I was talking earlier. So the border leaves the first point. Let me add, I have heard, I think Jitendra was speaking. So first is border leaf requirement. Why it is required in this design? Border leaf is just a leaf switch like Cisco 92018 or something like that. For example, it could be any other OEM. We are not configuring anything orchestrating border leaf on the border leaf or spine. It is pre-configured at the time of network design and everything. When we finalize, we configure it. But why border leaf part, the switch that is placed here in this design, why it is required is to connect other L4 to L7 peripheral devices. All those devices we cannot, like usually spine is costly to have a ports. That's why we place a border leaf between the routers and the spine. So our security devices or the these LBN firewall like can be connected to that and we get an access. Now spine and leaf in this design we are considering a standard leaf spine architecture. It could be a Cisco, Juniper, Arista or Dell Sonic also. So in this, the whole idea is all the leaves to populate all the VTAPs and everything, spine would be used as a control plane, and all the east-west traffic within the leaves would be going through spine, which having a like a proper oversubscription ratio, what we call, that should be as per the data center standard. That
Maybe you don't do any orchestration these switches now. It is like a standard fixed configuration. If I give you a pair of switch for storage, pair of switch for management, pair of switch for the data traffic, it doesn't matter, right?
Yes, it doesn't matter. The only thing is, if we have, see, in this design, if you see what happens, just I will give an example of ACI. In ACI, we just pass the VLAN in fabric. So all the leaves have the knowledge of that VLAN. So if to optimize the, suppose we don't categorize key, these are switch storage leaf, these are data leaves, because every VLAN passes, so our traffic is optimized in that case. But what you are telling, if we just have a pair of switches that are leaf and we categorize that 4 switches are for storage, 4 switches are for data, and 4 for management, that can also be done. We just need to pass the proper VLANs at the time of deployment of the switches and configuration.
My question is on the go, if I give you a switches with API, will you pass the VLANs to the specific ports? It need not be a trunk port for all the nodes. Suppose one of the customers asking me give me a bare metal for the database, right? That
So-
will
so
go on
in-
acceptable.
Yes, so in that case, we will suppose there are 40 bare metals with you in a capacity, and a new customer comes and takes 2 bare metal. So a particular VLAN in access mode or a trunk mode, whatever we have finalized, that will be passed on particular port that are connected to that bare metal 1 and 2 only, not to the whole, all the switch, all the ports.
My servers are already pre-connected to all the setup, right? I will pick and choose which server to play what, whether they're going to play as a KVM, whether they're going to play as a VMware, or they're going to play as a bare metal. On the fly, when I choose a particular node, that node connected to the specific switch port, do you have a control to orchestrate that?
No, so can you explain just what would be the customer requirement just to take a bare metal?
It is a cloud, right? The customer, customer come and subscribe for some service. He may ask for a VM or he may ask for a server with hypervisor. He may ask for a server with a bare metal.
So he's considering white box kind of thing.
The white box is
with the
also
white box, you can
pre-connected.
configure
I need to
anything.
change the
Yeah.
profile based on
Yeah.
customer ask.
So Abhimanyu, have you got the question? As
So
per him,
my
server is
idea
server. Yeah.
So in that case, we need so in that case, we need to be very sure which switch fabric we are using. It could be Cisco, it could be Dell, it could be Arista, because all these fabrics.
What is your comfort? Did you did this kind of deployment?
Yes, yes. So we did with Cisco and Dell. That's the answer one. And second, we are currently talking with this Broadcom switches also. So that is in discussion. We are doing with the Broadcom directly a POC to validate this functionality with
They are like standard tar switches.
standard Broadcom switches with Sonic OS. That's what we are doing now. Earlier, we have done with Cisco and Dell Sonic.
You are familiar with Sonic OS, that clear.
Yes, yes. Dell Sonic we have done. Yes. So Sonic by Dell we have done. Now we are doing with Broadcom Sonic. It is same, but just we are validating.
Yeah, so the kernel is same for wherever it's anyway open source platform.
Yes, yes. It's open source. It's just how they are packaged and support. Nothing else. The concept is same. Yes, that's why I'm saying just to validate, we are doing it with the OEM again. Yes. So Dell Sonic is supported. Sonic is supported if you are bringing with Dell or any other switch vendor.
Okay. So you are comfortable configuring Sonic switch from your orchestration today?
Yes, so we can configure switch Sonic switches network configuration and push the configuration as per the requirement. As you were mentioning, a customer comes and requires anything bare metal with OS, bare metal with hypervisor, anything. Because for us in both the scenarios, we just need to configure the ports that are connected to the bare metal as per the customer VLAN. And then rest of the OS deployment or hypervisor or any software deployment would be taken care by our like automation tool that is inbuilt within our orchestrator. So there are two parts: configuring network ports for the bare metals, and second is the software deployment.
Yeah, so I just wanted to validate how many switches you asked in the current BOQ.
In current BOQ, let me open.
4 and 5. 2. 2 for
This is a solution which is based on this solution, the BOQ is there.
8
So there are currently leaf switches 8. So that would be like 4 usable switch. 4 would be 4 usable switches are there.
4 pairs. These 4 pairs is for 4 different, or it is what basis is 4 is arrived?
No, so total are 8 if you see switches,
Uh,
right? So 8 switches, it means that they will be in active passive, all the switches. So 4 would be usable for me. So 4 into 48 ports would be usable for me for the system.
No, how many are in your architecture, like how many are border and how many are your spine? How many are management, storage, and external data traffic?
So management switches are 2 only. That is for the bare metal BMC management only.
Okay.
There is okay, the 1 Gbps ILO for all the servers and the devices. Then border leaf is 2. That would be inactive like again LACP configured. And then leaf switches are 8 total. And there are two, I think, 2 spines.
But overall is 8 only, no? So
Leaf is 8, border is 2, management is 2.
So management is 1 Gbps. Like let's not
Management is 3.
It's for ILO.
It's 1 leaf port, that's fine. There are 2 border leaf and 2 leaf, 8 leaf.
There is no switch for spine.
no spine is there, not 2 are spine if you see 16th row. Row number 16, like line number 16.
There is 2 spine also, yeah.
Totally 12 switches.
8 plus 2 plus 2.
Huh?
Yeah. 8 plus 2 plus 2.
12 25 gig switches. All are 48 port.
48 port 25 gig, 48 port 25 gig. Yeah.
So Jitendra, in spine it would be 40 or 100 gig connectivity with the leaf. Otherwise, there is no use of spine. Like the spine would have a whether it's a chassis based or whatever, the spine switch would have a connectivity with the leaf with 100 gig. So there are always a 4 ports of 100 gig in a leaf usually when a 48 port comes. So that 100 or slash 40 GPS would be connected to the spine. So it will not be 25. Otherwise, there would be gradually when we increase the number of servers, at that time it would be a bottleneck. And then we need a whole setup to be upgraded.
You really need a 48 port day one. How many ports going to consume for this on day one?
In which you are like which thing? Leaf or spine?
Spine switches.
So spine, it likes total number of downlink switches that we have 8. So it means 8 into
8
we need, I think, 8 ports also. 8 ports, and it would be connected to having a 2 border leaf, so 10 ports total.
Are you open if I start with only leaf switches rather than going with broader leaf architecture?
So then that's what our question was. This workshop was also in that case, how we will be connecting the load balancer and firewall, which devices it will be connected.
We anyway segregating into separate switches, right? One switch for the your controller traffic, one switch for storage, and one switch for your data traffic.
Okay, so you mean to say a pair of switch would be for security devices, a pair for storage and management others. So a pair we would be creating, correct?
It will separate pair. Pair for storage, pair for management, pair for your data traffic.
Okay, and in that case, if we increase the number of servers, so in that case, Jitendra, there would be one point, like there would be many unused ports as of today because we are starting with low number of like less number of servers.
We start here. As per the scale and ramp up, we can add those switches. Is it your orchestration mandate the spine and border equipment question?
Why, yes, so why we are showing it's because as I talked in ACI and in both Sonic, this is their reference architecture. So whenever you put
you need ACI for your orchestration.
no, I'm saying that the two reference architecture we discussed earlier, which vendor we have done tested.
That's completely like SDM. No, that end-to-end orchestration taken care by the switch software itself, right?
Yes, ACI software. It all automatically pushes all
you
the
are not depending on the ACI software, no.
Yes, so in Sonic that can be done. So that's what in ACI it's just a ACI software which is an SDN software defined network itself. So we can push directly to ACI. In Sonic, if you so first of all, are we using Sonic as like we are considering Sonic here? First point is that's how I will put the conversation ahead. If it's Sonic, then yes, we can do the segregation as you are telling, and but I think they also recommend to have a spine and leaf. So that we need to validate if that can be.
The objective is to host the cost optimized cloud, right? Since I'm doing VMware putting OpenStack, I should not end up spending too much on the hardware component also.
So currently, how you are using in the current VMware setup? It is a core aggregation based switch concept. How it is being done? currently in
two aspects. One VMware we are using an NSX, other one we are using on ACI today.
other one is ACI.
Yeah.
So, in ACI, so there would be leaf spine. In NSX, it's not leaf spine. I'm just asking. That's for my point.
It's completely with the MS and all this noise. They have a different percent.
Okay.
Anyway, just we wanted to deep dive further to understand in detail, right? Are your orchestration workflow? Do you have a workflow for you to orchestrate right from border leaf, border spine and leaf? Or it is only a fixed configuration, best practice for you to segregate the network flow. If it is only configured, then I don't need to go with that architecture to start with.
Yes, so the second point is there, it's a recommendation architecture. We don't orchestrate leaf, spine, and border again and again. We only orchestrate, I repeat again, we only orchestrate the bare metal network ports that are connected to the switches, leaf switches, whenever there's a requirement to provide it to the end customer. Rest, we don't.
Spine, right? You don't do anything for border, you don't do anything
Yes.
for spine.
Yes,
Okay.
no, nothing on spine and border. It is a recommended architecture. We only do for the leaf switches ports that are for bare metal, especially. Rest all is pre-configured and cloud is already up and running. So once we make it up and running. For bare metal, we do changes in the leaf. It could be Dell, Arista, and Cisco. Because that's just a push of the configuration on a particular switch.
Support VXLAN. Supports? Yes.
Yes, yes, VXLAN and Jenny are like both encapsulation.
Okay. Go back to your.
So yes, we can, matlab, like Jitendra, to answer your question, like we can go ahead with the without border and spine also with the normal switches.
Day one, and later the network is expanding, then we can add those.
Yes, we can plan accordingly. Like day one, we can start, and once we have a plan for a bigger expansion, we can change the architecture that time.
Do you need any of these switches get interconnect? You want your middleware server and controller server and compute server to talk on a common switch? Not required, right? So
No, so Maz, do one thing, Maz, explain. Earlier you were explaining all the VLANs, na? So just check that VLAN to VLAN communication is happening. Because if we segregate the different VLANs in different pair of switches, so we just need to check that those switch needs to talk to each other, the pair. Just check that part. Yeah. I
Yes.
think on a board or somewhere you can show.
There is a requirement, so for
there's the two things. In a host level, if you connect to all the switches, that is different case.
Got
Between switch to switch, do you need connectivity? Or
there will be requirement.
what is that purpose? Because generally, in a security practice, you cannot interconnect your controller traffic and your customer data traffic into a common switch.
So what we do, so this deployment is done on top of VM only. CKP, it is required. So the network of that VM is also treated as a production network. So that network, like we may have separate CIDR or broadcast domain for that particular network, but there will be a scenario where I will be having VMs running on these, and then that would require to connect to storage, that would require to connect to controllers.
Physical servers will have a, as you put this diagram, right? As you put this diagram, each individual physical server will have connected to the respective switches.
Yes.
Okay? From the host, I will have reachability to
This one,
middleware, to the controller, to the storage with the different NICs.
Yes, yes.
Okay.
We have VLAN.
Between these switch, there will not be any crisscross. I'm clear with my question?
Yes, I am clear. I'm just trying.
If you need this, for what purpose?
So one is where we will have workload, like one scenario would be we will be consuming PVs. And so if we have everything terminated here, I guess then internally it will not be needed.
Between switch, you don't need
It will
a.
not be needed. But I will recheck and confirm you on this.
Yeah.
Yeah, so
will-
Maz, Jitendra and Maz, Rajat, you can note this point. We can reconfirm it, though it looks like it is not required, but we can reconfirm it again, and we'll let you know. Just note this point, so at least we don't miss it.
Communication between storage and management, or like among different set of switches.
From the server, it will have a connection.
Yes.
From between switch, you need a cross connector.
This cross.
Yeah, anyway, if we will have the link terminated, it will be able to access it. I got your point. We will confirm it.
Now, I spin one VM out of my computer. This is a customer workload, right? And this customer workload will have a multiple NICs, in a VM.
Yes.
The VM NIC can be one NIC for the storage, one NIC can be I don't see we need a controller network or a management network. How do you secure that they will not breach the communication between two VMs on that network?
So Maz, just I think let's discuss on that all the. Sorry? No, actually, I'm
He's
not in
expecting
India.
you over here.
No, I was not in India, like, so that's why. Oh,
We
so
all come to wherever you are not.
yeah, that is fine. That is fine. So you should all come to London. So that's not any challenge. So yeah. So Jitin, one thing is that the customer virtual machines that Maz you were mentioning. So all those network connected in that there are two type of network: overlay and underlay. Overlay is whatever self-service network he wants to create within his project for different purposes. Let's say DB app, he wants to create a tier 3 application within a project to host some web-based application. He can create multiple number of networks that would be overlay, and all those networks would be internally would be running on data traffic bond with a particular VXLAN IDs. So all these would be segregated, and we can extend up to 65,000 networks. Now, whenever a customer wants to get a public IP, or you can say an external IP to a particular VM, that would be a provider.
I'll make a question simple. Same customer having a two web server, okay?
Yes,
Sitting on same network, both are running on same VLAN, same IP. Do you restrict them to talk each other?
yes,
Yeah.
by default it is. Yeah,
So
yes.
by default, we have something called port security enabled, which is applied at the network port which is created, and it constitutes of IP tables rules. Like it is up to user in a self-service portal if he want to restrict that particular VM to allow, like similarly what we have called security groups. So if he wants a specific network port to be allowed for ingress or egress for this many IPs or these many ports, he can do it.
Between on the same network, you
Yes.
restrict today.
Yes. It is up to user to just apply those. By default, it is restricted. He has to allow it.
So same as AWS security group we are talking about.
AWS by default.
It is allowed, yeah.
Yeah.
It is allowed in AWS.
Yeah,
Here it is
we
completely
are.
restricted.
Yeah, you're right.
Like it is also tunable feature. Like you can have a system managed, like we call it a system created default security group, which is whenever any project is onboarded, it is created. That default is applied. That default can also be tuned at the time of deployment or at the time of provisioning. So whenever a user will come in that particular organization or project, it will have that default security group. In that default security group, we can have a rule to complete restrict from one VM to other VM within a same subnet. That can be.
If I am going with a third party load balancer like the WAP and other stuff, right? How do my network will have a visibility to gateway of that? Suppose I have a load balancer, marketplace load balancer, FI. Will you orchestrate that also, or it is a predefined, I have to configure it outside?
Yes, we orchestrate that. So we would need, like normally we access the page and then we orchestrate. So there are some set of defined things which are done in that part. So it's so there are some partitions and all created that is expected to be pre-created, and then getting the virtual IP and then configuring the load balancer, those kind of thing we orchestrate from our this platform.
You will publish the network, whatever you created, in specific DMs and push that to.
Yeah, we will first we will get the like whatever the configuration that should be there. Like for example, if a user need an IP virtual IP pool, so a pool should be defined already there. So we will just consume it and allocate
Pool
it.
should be defined, that network has to be configured
Yes.
earlier itself.
Yes.
You don't orchestrate, you don't
No.
push the network.
No.
configuration.
No. We provision orchestrate the LB, and then the.
Do you have anything on the OpenStack, the cloud native LB?
So yeah, we have that is called Octavia. So that consumes the user network only.
That's okay.
Yeah.
But you have,
Yes, we have.
that is orchestrated fully
Yes.
into it.
Yes.
So that is orchestrated and that is in HA mode also, right? Mass by
Yes.
default.
Yes.
Will that come as a service or you will spin that as an instance?
That will come as service.
There is the HA coming here.
So it provisions multiple instances of that LB in the background.
That is under the controller. Right?
Yes.
Inside the controller, it will anyway create those services, right?
Yes. Yes.
And it consumes some resources.
Yes. It
What
these
are-
are VMs which are
No,
spawned.
so just to add, like it is a virtual machines not visible to end user. They just manage it by different LB configuration that they want to update or change. But it is a virtual machine only with HA proxy auto deployed, installed, right, Maz?
Yes. Yes. Correct.
You are referring to HA proxy or something different?
So it consumes such a proxy as a load balancing.
For every customer, if I need a load balancer,
That is
I
it.
need to spin a separate instance for every customer.
Customer will request like create a load balancer and then apply the rules we need for 4.3 and these backends are there. The backends will be its own VM. What orchestration will do behind the scene, it will create and configure those rules, create a VM, configure those rules, and that's it. Even the
Size will differ, depends on the throughput load.
so size will be different in terms of memory and CPU. Not the
So
throughput.
what basis it will?
So there are flavors created. Flavor you can select at the
I
time.
need to select those flavors
Yes.
too before I spin the load.
Yes, yes. So normal inputs are like whether we need to enable SSL, what are backend members, what is health check required, those things like standard and the input it takes.
You run those as keyboard VMs?
Sorry?
You run those HA proxies as a keyboard VMs,
No, normal VMs.
normal VMs.
Yeah. So it was in the setup only, I guess, if you have explored.
Also, there, as you were asking, the type of load balancer, we have that feature like we can provide different SKU of load balancer, a normal or high performance, and behind the scene, more CPU or pinning of CPU can be done. So customer will just select the normal load balancer throughput or a high performance throughput behind, and in the backend system will generate a higher SKU VM for the load balancer so that it can.
Services default with OpenStack.
Sorry.
What are the network services?
So we have router, network security ports, firewalls, and then netting. These things are there.
WAF is not there with OpenStack.
No, WAF and east, south, north, south firewall is not there.
Firewall
In
is not
OpenStack.
there. Only Linux.
So we have
generally create a VPC
we have
as an instance in OpenStack, right?
Yes. So we have something called tenant or project firewall with that we orchestrate and then provision and then give the control to end user to log in and do configuration at its own. We just bring up the appliance and do the network configuration for the appliance so that it will become the gateway for those.
In the same tenant, I can create multi-tier firewalls also.
Yes.
Any other network services?
So we also give VPN like site to site. We spawn up an appliance and then does the configuration and then it's the status and all.
The separate instance for VPN or it's part of VPN?
It is separate instance.
If I need a, like what, open,
VEOS, we have done with VEOS.
I have to create an instance for it.
You do, as a user, you will not be, you will just give the configuration that I need a site.
Is there a limit number of users?
That I need to check. What is available with that.
Can you take?
Take a
It will
note.
support site to site
Side to side we have done. Side to side we have done. And client to side I need to check. Like we have done for the Abhimanyu, have we done for the Fortinet? We were doing with Fortinet, I guess.
The
Or-
Fortinet we have done with one of the customer in Chennai only. So that is site to site only, but we can check for client also. The requirement was not there, so that's why.
Not client to side is something. Side to side is.
Side to side and client to side. Right.
So normally you have requirement for client to side. Okay. Generally you have client to side, not the side to side.
Yeah, minimum 5 user we used to give. If it is going beyond 5 user, then we'll ask them to take a marketplace. Default with the partner, we don't, we give a 5 to 10 users. Mostly the ask would be client to side. Side to
So
side.
normally we do provision the Fortinet as an appliance, and then we leave rest up to the user to
We
configure.
add more and more components, the more and more cost will increase. Huh?
So more on more you will charge.
Customer is not ready to pay. You can only compare AWS is giving, they are giving, why you not giving?
So maybe we can discuss internally for this client to side once and can probably.
Anything we have in open source.
No, we can provide a open source through a marketplace, open VPN and all those things. So that's not a challenge. It's just if there's a compliance or something.
It is not only creating instance of open VPN.
No, we can- we can provide- so,
You have to
Jitendra,
configure it.
If we are okay with, so this is a flexibility that we have. We have done with some customers that we provided open VPN and then we provided a dashboard also where they can configure. They just don't need to do all those open VPN configurations and to be very technical, just need to provide the details and a download file would be there automatic, which they just need to use in their clients, system clients. So, but that is something if OpenVPN is okay, first of all, as a part of like sify, we can do a joint discussion and then we can use that particular tool. So we have multiple options.
Not looking for enterprise, we are fine with open.
Okay, so that is fine then. Because in many government thing that doesn't work. That's why we have not put it as a part of our product. So we can do it.
Customer will pay, nobody asks for enterprise services, then
Yes.
you use it for.
Yes, correct.
Okay.
Can we move to the next week?
Anybody,
Yeah, anybody has any question?
So this is typical
Who said?
architecture for observe, like I will say monitoring stack where we have data stored in time series locally at the OpenStack side or Ceph
native
side.
it comes, or what component is? Monitoring. OpenStack native monitoring,
Telemetry.
event is common.
Say silo trap.
Telemetry, they have a telemetry service.
We have like we have deployed our own stack using this exporter and Victoria Matrix and Grafana.
It will have the complete visibility.
Yes. So even on at the user side, without installing any agent inside the VM, from the hypervisor layer, we fetch the core like core matrices,
This is
CPU.
only for the platform monitoring or even for customer also?
It is for the customer. It is include both. So for customer, if I talk about a VM as a resource, it will have disk IOPS, disk bandwidth, network, packets, and then bandwidth, and then CPU and memory. Four metrics are there for the user.
Cloud what you say?
Yeah.
So compare with CloudWatch, are you far with that or you have some function?
So CloudWatch does the monitoring from the inside the VM. You can configure all those things.
Go outside the.
Yeah, so it does.
So
provide-
basic, so basic CloudWatch what provides free of cost, na Jitendra, that we are already providing. For add-ons, they also install their AWS CLI. So that can be done for add-on services where specific VM level monitoring needs to be done. But at the hypervisor level, we are monitoring the four KPIs which are critical and that are by default visible on our self-service portal once the VM is up and running.
The agent will automatically push when I create a VM, or I have to manually push it?
So agent, there could be an option, like let's say if we want to push an agent, so we can have an option at the time of creation to enable advanced monitoring. If the user enables, then that would be there, and it can capture multiple.
This will be default, like for phone matters, it will be default. He will get even if he doesn't.
If you RAM,
Memory
because I own network.
Yeah.
Usually in
Application
cloud
service.
Yes.
Will you do application services also, like database?
So for internal database and all, we do.
No, customer.
Customer workload, I guess it is not there, but we provide some form of monitoring for services which are like hardened and tested. For example, if there is some Kubernetes services consuming, we provide those for on the board itself, like how many namespaces are consumed. For those kind of thing, we provide.
Here, like database monitoring.
Database monitoring.
For that customer to subscribe separate. different-
Yes, yes.
Yeah, and separate.
Like it is just a way to like for us to enable it. Like it is not part of standard deployment.
But you have an agent which I can
Yes,
able to
yes,
configure,
yes, yes.
like slow query.
So for database which we are providing, we have again for them. But you are talking about which database?
The customer is creating database like MS SQL, the MongoDB or the Postgres in his VM. They ask us to monitor their performance and then
But that we need to check. Like
So
we have
no. So one thing in that. So let's say customer install Elasticsearch or MongoDB, for example, on their own, and then now they want that monitoring should show that metrics also of that database. So that's more like a APM, I believe, Jitendra. Like then it's not because they need application level. What is the database performing in terms of transaction and whatever is the relevant for that particular DB, that we need to check. But standard services like Apache, all the Linux and Windows standard services we can provide in our agent by default after discussing and finalizing with you. So once any like whenever customer provisions advanced monitoring, those agent will automatically validate those services are running or not, and will push the data if it's running.
set up in two region, your monitoring system will be one, or it will be a two different monitoring system?
it will be two. Correct. But one will be active, one will be passive. Like it does their application.
I'm asking, I have created one cloud in Mumbai, another cloud in Bangalore. Okay. Customer have provisioned the VM both in Bangalore and Mumbai. We still wanted to see the monitoring metrics. We have
So data will be residing on both sides. This side will hold site A data, second side will hold the site B data, but the visualization will be active on one side from where they can see data for both.
on interface, I can say both VM metrics.
Yes. Both the regions they can toggle down and they can see from a single visualization portal.
Anything else on this?
Because the backup traffic, you want to clarify?
We not talked about the backup. Backup traffic will flow on which one? Go to your network code.
So there is someone like one separate slide for backup. Can you go back there?
No, in this, just for my understanding.
Yeah, it is. It is. The backup slide is there. You will have same.
Architecture.
Yes, yes.
Broken backup?
Yeah. Go ahead. Go further. Further. Yeah. Yeah. Only.
We have instance on that computer.
So for backup, it will consume the management fabric only and management network only for configuring. But for the VMs, we will what we generally do, we create an additional VXLAN network for the project, and then we create a router to attach that network, like internal network where the backup is flowing, to the media server to which the backup can flow.
Which network is, where is the management here?
So if I talk about from VM side, it will land on this side of the data network. Data network will have a tunnel network as well, like VXLAN network, kind of. And then it will on this compute node, we will have routers which will have configuration attached, like network one port attached from the provider side. Backup network.
Physically connected where? The server, how many NIC? I mean,
So there will be two NICs.
one for management, one for production.
In the server or in the VM?
In the server.
In the server, we will have one.
So two, no?
One for management and one for backup. Backup will be like there will be a management on the backup media server as well.
In server, how many NICs there are? Two NICs?
3 into 25 gig dual port, which is 6 NICs.
6 NICs in here.
6
Every
26. Every server, the complete nodes are 6 25 gig.
So the 6 NICs which you asked, my understanding is 3 dual port. And every NIC is for the HFS. What are the traffic flows on these 3 different physical NICs?
So if I talk about like one pair would be used for the management traffic, and then other pair would
Your
be
management, you're referring here for a darker station?
yes. Coredge orchestration, and then its internal communication with the second
Go to a single
yes.
interface. Okay.
Yes, and then second one would be used for the storage traffic and the backup traffic, these kind of monitoring traffic.
Are you saying backup and storage traffic will be on same NIC? Will be
Yes,
shared?
yes. And then third one will be the production or data traffic, where user network will from.
If you do the storage.
Like anyway, we do this one as a LACP bonding, like we.
Storage and also they given us 3 or 4.
Only two dual port.
One pair is for replication, one pair is for the customer data. These two backup traffic irrespective by a storage on the step are the.
So for the SEP one, it will consume this one only.
Storage traffic.
Data traffic only, user traffic only for the backup, which is enabled by default in the platform. SEP one which creates a snapshot on SEP.
Correct understanding, if it takes snapshot on the storage, volume levels, there will not be any data flowing from the
No,
computer.
there is nothing, don't read.
Only a control traffic
Yeah.
will say this is the LAN,
Yes,
associate the VM, will take a snapshot.
correct.
Only if I put a agent and take the data traffic out,
Yes.
they have to decide which network I have to take the data backup, whether that is, I can decide.
Yes, anyway, it will not be, anyway, data will not be coming out of storage system.
If it is a storage level snapshot, data will not flow from
Yes.
host to storage.
Yes.
Snapshot is anyway taken at the volume level.
Yeah.
By using a third-party backup software.
Then it will use, then it will come out. Correct.
So which traffic I have to use?
So it will be on so it will,
Management is.
yes. So storage and the backup traffic will be on single line. So that will be consumed. One is for management, one is for production. That is
Our common backup.
What he is referring to, one is the volume based backup, right?
That is happening in the storage level.
Storage
That is
level.
clear.
If we are doing COMR based backup, how do we enable that VLAN kind of activity, right? Because our master nodes and the.
He says the port level security, same network, same LAN between two VM. By default, he shuts. There's no PVLAN concept if I'm not wrong.
Yes, there is no PVLAN concept.
It's a VXLAN level.
VXLAN unique kind of. So we have underlying network running over and above. There's like VNI is created and then traffic flows on it.
Can I achieve this by any other form with only with KVM without OpenStack?
Sorry, can you repeat? Sorry.
If I don't want to go with OpenStack, I want to only use the KVM, right? KVM with KVM open switch. How do I secure on the same network, same VLAN, talking between two VMs?
The question is more
So
like.
we use a concept of microsegmentation, which is quite similar to PVLAN. In this, what we do.
Microsegmentation default not there with KVM, no?
Yes. So, but in our orchestration, we have created a one. So let's see. Suppose a VM is created with a customer data network. Okay. Now customer wants to take a backup also of that VM. So he has installed the agent, everything from our automation, and our secondary interface that is predefined by the cloud admin would be attached to that VM, which will have a, you can say, a backup network. That network.
So the question here is, I created a backup network for two tenant one, tenant B, okay? Both of them I created a backup network. I cannot create a multiple VLAN for every tenant on the backup network, right?
No. So that's what I'm explaining. There would be no two different networks. A single network, let's say /22 or something, is being created based on our projection. That would be common to all the tenants. By default, port security would be enabled, and at that particular network, because that is system defined network.
Port security.
So
Sorry?
Abhiman, the question here is, without OpenStack, do I have the option to enable port security? Let's say if
Yes.
I have vanilla KVM.
Port security comes in more of a neutron what it
Yes,
does.
It is OVS, so you need a virtual switch that enables that. It's not nothing to do with OpenStack or KVM. It is a vSwitch that is there that enables you, because the ports are created by the virtual switch, and Neutron is an orchestrator for that. So vSwitch provides a port level security by using IP tables, in this case overall stack. But let me complete my point why I'm saying port security would be enabled. The user cannot change anything on the backup network. There is no option to change. So by default, he cannot update the security rules for the backup network or any network that is defined by the cloud admin. So the network
Sorry, I'm
yeah.
interrupting. But the question here is, how you will do that? What is the mechanism you follow to do on the OVS?
So by
Where is the mechanism to set that?
So
In
Abhiman, actually, what we have been looking for is like, if we have a backup network, so backup my media servers, everything will be running on a segment. Okay? So you will be assigning same segment for all the servers, or you will be using customer's own segment.
Yeah, understand the problem. When you understand very clearly, I created a backup network, same VLAN, same IP range for all tenant. Okay. He's saying I can able to do a port security. My question is, where is that function available in a KVM? You forgot about OpenStack.
it is available in OVS. See, it is
It's
available in
It is
OpenVSwitch.
not available by default with a KV. The simple answer.
That is what I want. So, do you have any? Do you have developed anything to do that? No.
No.
We need OpenStack for it.
Yeah. So specifically Neutron service is needed for that, which does all these translation from.
Question is that.
Yes.
Right. If I don't want to go with OpenStack, I want to go with the KVM. Can I able to do this much? Answer is no.
No. So, but I am like keen to know like what is driving you for this?
We know certain limitation on OpenStack on those things. Rather than going with plain vanilla KVM and other capability we can develop, right? The major problem is today the network portion. Creating a VM, attaching a storage LAN to the VM, snapshotting the VM, all those things are discrete components.
Right.
Right? Security group when it comes, that's the component which is missing in any OEM KVM platform.
Okay.
We want to know whether you developed anything, like Proximus had developed some function like equal to Neutron. The VXLAN, all those things, they are doing it. But they are doing it more for a private cloud, not for a multi-tenant. Sorry, you are saying something.
No, I was just adding that for the port level security, the point I was just completing. Any network that is backup, that is common for all the different projects or tenants, they will not be able to talk to each other. So the point is, they will be able to only talk to the backup media server or whatever the destination IP is there. That will be only allowed when the network will be attached to the VM.
That is what we need. Can we do that function
only with KVM without going to
So
open.
we have done with,
Can we exclude the OpenStack and just use the KVM for this
so
one?
Mars has answered that already. I think we have done with OpenStack. So as a Coredge orchestration, we have developed that port level security functionality to hide or to abstract in our orchestration based on the how cloud admin wants to that. That is done developed by Coredge, and we are leveraging OpenStack Neutron security group for that. So we have not done with vanilla KVM. If that is required, I think we need to do more brainstorming if it's possible or not.
Next, go back to your monitoring. Did you guys see demo on monitoring? I think.
Monitoring variants.
So at least you would have seen these 4-5 matrices.
Like CPU, memory, disk.
Can you actually can log in and show quickly what is the dash? It's only that. I don't want to.
That setup is not there.
No,
Right?
that setup is not.
You are any of your demos. We will do it later. We will do it later. Just take a note.
Just taking.
So what are monitoring?
So these are like exact details of exporters which is being consumed internally. It could be for selecting the logs or storing the logs for the orchestration, not for the user. And then all those exporters like these are collecting OS level matrices, these are collecting hypervisor layer matrices. And then these are connecting overall environment layer data such as how many VMs, how many images, how many flavors. And this storage exporter is basically collecting all the matrices related to Ceph, where it defines that what is IOS, what is bandwidth quality, all those things. And then RabbitMQ is used internally in Kubernetes in OpenStack for the messaging. So all those exporters, they are being used currently for monitoring different set of services which are being consumed in the platform.
See, in case of monitoring, as you know, we are an MSP for the customer. We are providing managed services also to the customer. Let's take example of OS and DB. Customer will expect us to do the monitoring in terms of OS level and DB level, and in case of some application level also. We are not restricting ourselves only with the VM level monitoring.
Yeah, got it. So you will get the complete
Two angle to look at. So since today it is mostly our customers are managed service customers, very less in our customers. Right? Any customer is asking managed service, you keep it separate. We'll say that is our Zapier service now. As a platform, when we give, we also have to mandate to supply a basic monitoring parameter of the platform level and at some level of the guest, like free CloudWatch or AWS.
Okay.
That is achievable. Equal to equal, we will achieve it. We'll see the dashboard also. For database, all those things if they have, then it is better for us. Since they don't have, then we will continue with our.
That's right.
So these are
Also, one thing, there's a flexibility in our platform, Selvam, just to add, if any agent, suppose a particular monitoring agent you need to install for a particular customer as a managed service, that can be pushed from our init script also. So agent deployment and everything can be streamlined. The only thing is we need to know which metrics to be monitored.
Anyway,
that
not
can-
monitor the database, right?
So,
Database is
so
an
what he's saying, whenever instance of any VM is created, it is created from an image. Then that image is associated with which is something called cloud init script. Right. So natively it has its own syntax, we parse it, and then whatever the action we give, it does internally to it. So what he is saying, if we have some it will again be an image for the MS SQL to execute. What he's saying, we can configure the init escape accordingly to connect that to your monitoring system, whatever is available, or if there is any agent, it will install that agent on the runtime basis what we provide as the init script for that particular VM. So it does run for the one time at the time of doing VM.
We also push through init lot of agent, backup agent.
Yeah, so the same way it feels.
The only thing, should I take my own monitoring tool, or if you have a native monitoring tool, which will do platform monitoring as well as the application monitoring, then it became a single agent.
So in that now to answer very easily, that is quite easy. So if we can get a matrix, what currently is an ask from a customer high level, we can easily map it that this is done by our monitoring system also, or it is not done like something. There's a missing.
Later, it's a very long topic.
Okay.
Right. Next. The export is what? These are all the agents. Do you have an agent for these services, you're saying?
Yes. So for monitoring these services, these
Like
are
you can monitor RabbitMQ,
Yes.
MySQL.
yes, non-cache, chip
Okay.
copy.
So these are monitoring you do for the PaaS service also. That is.
Yes, Kubernetes. and-
These are the marketing for the backend infra will be forwarded to us also, right? Or you think only will take us?
So for PaaS, it provides for the users level, user space as well. You will get to see, like you get a standard for these VMs and all. For PaaS also, you will get the standard one. But if you need to enable more, then there is a different route.
So these exporters, you primarily use it for core infra, right?
Yes. Core infra.
I think you can extend for the customer workload also if they're using these services.
Yeah.
Yes.
Export is the same, so they can.
If you want, we can able to do it. So you
You
can
can
want
low key and all log management, that is you consolidate all your infra.
Internal consumption.
Internal consumption.
So these logs are for our orchestration containers and orchestration logs and OpenStack logs. These are like orchestration.
Loki is for containers or what is?
Loki is for log collection, like file beat kind of thing. Like file beat collects the log and send it to a
Like
data
ELK?
content. Yeah.
It is more than ELK capability standpoint.
No. ELK gets full stack. It has visualization and everything. So here we use these for storing and then we visualize this in Grafana. That is complete stack. You will get different view in Kibana for dashboard vision. That is thing. You will get to jump from one point to another point and then do the relation. Those things can be done.
A bit expensive, but this
Yes.
is.
So normally we
In terms of troubleshooting the infra, in case if there's something wrong in infra, so these are all extended to us also, or it will be going to a team?
everything will be extended to you.
Okay.
Through Grafana.
It's all.
It is not. It should never be. End goal will never be that we are controlling the infra. It will be you who will be controlling it.
It is a full stack observable type where which network or what is the reason for the storage performance, what is the reason for like it doesn't mapping and all
Yeah,
those things.
it doesn't do the analysis. You will get the raw data and then you have to relate. So few of the things it has the relation. Like if this goes down, then that will show you that it is.
You will give me topology, you configure it, if I select the VM, which host connected, which LAN it is being
No.
monitored.
It will not give. So we have done an integration with ServiceNow CMDB where we push these maps, like whenever the VM is created, it pushes the map to the ServiceNow and create the CI.
By default, in your Grafana, you will create it.
In Grafana, you will not.
Even in
we can't do
private
that.
access, you won't give it, right?
Like he is asking if we will be able to see what is the host of this VM, what is the storage attached here. These things will not be visible to from the end user point of view.
Okay.
The serial meter, it will be there.
No, I need to send the same data. But normally you like.
So I have to troubleshoot, right? Somebody saying performance, I am running 3-4 storage.
Hmm.
That VM connected to which storage node, which network switch, which host.
No, in that na the admin portal, like Jitendra, will have the details. What is the volume ID and from which backend it is coming? So let's say we have two backends, NetApp and Hitachi, and VM is created. A few VMs are created in the same project with NetApp and few are with Hitachi. So the cloud admin will be able to see each machine is associated to which volume backend
Will you
with
give
which
a
IP.
topology view? I don't want it to go and select first go and choose the storage, then you go and select which storage. Rather, you give a topology view. from the admin portal.
Topology from so topology from we can show a summary in admin which we for a VM what is the total summary. It is connected to which network, it is connected to which volume backend. So a complete summary can be can be shown. Topology part we have to see currently as Maz was mentioning we have done with a CMDB tool there, but we can check if it's possible. Rajat, you can note that point like if any integration we can do with an open source or any other tool.
So topology would be consist of a VM and then it's tackling things where are all interconnected. Yes.
Somebody saying performance issues, I should know where it got connected, right? What are the sources for issue?
Let's take the example, one of the customers reporting performance issue on one of the application VM. We have to understand either it's from storage level or host level, this VM is connected to which host and which storage, so that we can keep the backend info also, right?
Yeah, in the monitoring, you will be able to isolate from the hypervisor layer that what is its performance. Like if I talk about compute, you will be able to see on the hypervisor view page of monitoring.
Okay.
So these VMs are running, these are having spikes, and like it will be in details what I was mentioning for matrices. So from that hypervisor page, like first you will quickly, like you will have the VM name, right? So you will search for the VM name, it will give you the host name of it, and then for that particular host name, you will see all the matrices when things gone up, for which is the noisy neighbor, which VM is causing the issue, which need to be migrated, those things you will be able to single view. But what sir is asking is for a topology view so that he can click on one object and see what are the associated
Okay,
objects.
go and pick the storage, what is the performance of storage on the PC? Just to take me through all these.
So when I click on VM, it will give me storage. I will click on a storage that you are expecting.
So it's easy for you to troubleshoot somebody complained about the performance issue, whether it is because of the backend platform or what is the reason?
So the standard dashboards are there for us to troubleshoot quickly. Like we can show you and go through. So normally we put like whatever the data is being stored. So it is stored at two layers. One is the OpenStack layer where all the exporters and everything is running. Then one is we put on the middleware side on the Victoria matrix. So normally we put storage for like 15 days, and then if there is need to put that data for longer period of time, we push that data to the S3 kind of a storage, and then when needed we can get it back and then visualize. Take the next. So these are like it's like we did some of the marking benchmarking, but we did number of exporters matrices were filtered for every 30 seconds. So we saw like 2 to 3 GB per day data was being consumed. So we take this a lot. So for overall system monitoring, so this is like a tentative data which we have seen with 120 exporter, including middleware, cloud, and storage, or whatever the exporter I will show. So based on this, we can see if we need more storage or we need to reduce the retention time. Those things.
The monitoring metrics are only at the node level, or you also get into your containers also in terms of it for
Containers software. So the task portal will, for the user one, you will have the complete view there. Like how many namespaces, if you have some cost associated, what cost is there, and then its utilization in terms of requests and memory, you will get those on the CU portal side. And then for internally, we have those monitoring in the dashboard. So for every, like, for example, we are using Calico as a CNI, it's monitoring. Then we are using some DBs internally, it's monitoring. All those pod level monitoring, and then Kubernetes self monitoring, like matrices we have, those we have by pod renewable, and it is readily available to visualize.
So your stateful applications, you are again creating it on chip storage, or you will also put it on a SAN in case if you're using SAN?
We are comfortable with both. If like normally we do on SAP only, we use RBD pool directly as a storage class, and then we consume it as a PV. Then if there is a requirement, you have SAN, we can consume that as an NFS kind of setup. but we have some standard recommendation for the CKP to work. Like ETCD has itself some requirement, like it should have this latency and this throughput that we expect from this storage. You can consume any. That's again storage plugin for us.
So the infra cluster state, you already have a backup solution, where you basically take it to the S3 storage for.
Yes,
infra.
we take it like we have two backups for Postgres and Mongo. We are using among all the component. So and one with the OpenStack layer, we have MySQL. All those three are backed up to the S3 site.
Okay, so you don't need backup of your PVCs.
No. Normally we don't need. If you have, like, we can configure it, but we maintain the state from the database side only. We can revert it anytime. We can redeploy and revert it. So natively what OpenStack support we configure it. So yes. So it depends on driver. So normally snapshot, read size, extension, these things are available by default. Yes. Normally in NetApp it has, HTTP it has, Huawei it has, Ceph it has, so those things. Like, if I have, like, I can show you the extension. It is extension, a snapshot, backup is the creation of image from the volume, creation of instance from the volume. Those kind of things.
What format it is? Keep it
At the end, it is wrong, but the stored image state is default to. It's supposed to raw as well. Both are supposed. Like, it depends what image I have uploaded. So which format you consume that.
image management like Packer or something?
So normally, we don't use Packer. Like, it is like in some customer they have their own specific requirement. So what we do, we get one instance up and running on KVM, and then we ask them to do all the configuration and save that to Kaful and upload it to the glance. So this is normally how we go. So for some instances, we use Packer. For example, if we have bare metal images creation and all, for those we use Packer. But anyway, Packer can be used. Packer is very helpful for image creation.
Software distributor,
No. So so image management and all is being taken care by who is supporting, right? We will help them to create, like, we will share the SOPs to create a Windows image, what things are needed there, what agent, like for example, in VMware we install some agent. So here also we will install some agent. Those kind of things we give so that images can be built, and then patch management and all is taken care of, like you can.
Let's take a break.
Yes.
Yeah, sure. Too much to digest.
No, it's not too much. He has gone through everything. He's going through everything. Maybe most of.
Abhimanyu sir, we are taking 15-minute break.
Okay, sure.
Okay, sir. Well, shall we pull you or you want to stay? Like, we keep this
No,
bridge
I will
open?
be there, no problem.
Keep it open, just mute
Okay.
it. Huh?
No, net person.
One more thing. Huh? It is when the stereo thing.
पूजा को
है इसमें कॉल में शायद पूजा रही उधर है
हाय पूजा
Yeah, hi Rajat.
पूजा ये जो हम एडमिन पैनल अभी शो करेंगे ना कैन वी go for take for that cloud host one rather than Airtel.
अच्छा, okay. Let me open Cloud Host. लेकिन Cloud Host थोड़ा slow होगा. मैं
Yeah,
VPN connect
now
करती हूँ.
you are on speaker. Forward team है, so हाँ ठीक है. Cloud host थोड़ा slow चलेगा क्योंकि VPN. ठीक है, let's go with.
नहीं पूजा go with cloud only.
ठीक है.
So can we start with first admin panel वाला view फिर नहीं I'm just asking just वो confirm कर लो आप. हम admin panel view से start कर लें.
उसी से लगेंगे. तो एडमिन का एक बार दिखाना है ये लोग they have gone through by themselves. तो एक बार पूरा flow they should know कि how
ठीक है.
look like.
Pooja, allow us few minutes, like rest of the team members are coming.
Okay.
So hi Pooja. So Pooja, we have sify team with us. Can you just bring up the screen and show?
Yeah. Okay, sure, Rajat. I'm just sharing my screen. Please let me know if you can see.
Yeah. Yeah, we can able to see your screen.
Yes. So this is basically this is the
Just pause.
login page.
Just.
Okay.
We can start. Yeah, sure, sure. Pooja, there is a lot of background noise, but yeah, we can start the demo,
Just give me a minute, Rajat.
please.
Yes. So hi all. This is basically the login page of our admin portal where user can put the email ID or username and password and click on sign in. Uh, and user will land on the dashboard page. Yeah.
Okay. Is visible? Or should we so it's yeah, Pooja, we can continue.
Okay.
But for VPN issues, because this lab is in some remote site, so yeah, we will see some.
So this will be the landing page for the user where the user will land on the organization page and can see all the organization which are created. And the organization name, LOB owner, onboarded date, all the information regarding the organization he or she is able to see in this listing page. So from here, user can create the organization where he can click and the create organization form will get pop up. Yeah. So here the user can can input any name and code and the LOB owner for the same. LOB is here LOB stand for the organization name. Any description if required. Then there is a region detail in which region or in which region or she want to select, so that according to that we can filter our network choices. So he can select the region AG, and here are the different type
So
of
Pooja, take a
networks we are
pause.
having.
Pooja, just a
So
pause.
just providing regions here are basically the backend providers, which will be OpenStack and it's easy where resource want to be provisioned. So if he is creating an organization, he will select or what all AZs or regions he will consume for the resource provision.
Before customer onboard, he is creating organization for that customer.
Yes,
Right.
this is the admin side of it.
It's like onboarding customer.
Yes.
And you are creating the network for that customer?
Yes. So
Will customer not able to create their own?
So this is what you like as a flow. What you will do, you will assign an admin and then associate it with any user, and that user will be able to create organization and then further projects or tenants in it. So the network, these are like pre-created networks at the fabric side.
This is the starting point.
This is more like a what all network he can access. Whether he can access to.
No, it is like what all network his VM will be provisioned. These network at the time of creation, when he will create on the cell or project, then these network will be created inside OpenStack.
You will not
new
create a
product.
subnet network, IP range, EADR, I root here.
Yes.
Why should I have to do? Give a self-service customer, let him do. Huh?
So there should be an admin who will be able to like configure this. So this network is what, so there are two models of deployment. One is where he will have all the networks from the data center fabric, like it will have VLAN networks. So this what she's showing. She is basically in that approach where there will be network, pre-created network, which will be allocated to the.
Suppose you created one network here, one range from say area. If customer want one more network, he cannot create on his own.
He can create, but
This is a different use case where VLAN is passed.
so Pooja, can you basically show that
Create network.
create network on
Okay.
the site?
Yeah, sure.
Tenant portal where they will be creating there.
They are creating
So
here.
yes, we have the option of creating network. When we'll go to provide network, we have an option to
You are
add
providing
provider.
You will create them and give it to them for further consumption of the network. So
Yeah.
this specifically, if we talk about.
So
there are
Mars,
different kind of
Mars
network.
Mars, it is a external network, right?
Yes, provider network.
Provider
So,
network.
so this is an external network, all the private or self-service network that end user can do in their portal. It
So
is
they are
just a network that is
Two
exposed
aspects
to
here,
internet.
you know. The end user network can do is one. Should we also have to do is the question.
Yes. As an admin, you will allocate these network will be consumed by these organizations under those organizations.
So once everything gets created, you will be providing access to the tenant link, and post that customer will be creating.
Yes, resources in these networks.
Subnet, if you give them one subnet, they can create IP.
We will be creating a common external network. So that will be the provider network. So where customer traffic will through this network and it will go reach the.
Only north face network what you created?
Yes.
Northbound traffic only.
Yes.
East west customer.
They can, yeah. So that will be VXLAN or the need.
Like you are giving a public IP.
External.
Yes, correct. Public IP, which he will be able to consume for their consumption. So internal network they can create.
How many networks we can provide? Only one network?
No, we can add multiples. So if she, can you go back to the net? So when she will add, it will be added in the list form, like these many networks. At the end, it will be created at the compute layer, like the namespace and all for the network to flow, like VLAN tagging and all. It will. Yeah.
So we have a common external link, multiple common link. So all the tenants will be using the same link.
So in an organization, they can consume, but if they like you are associating a network at an organization layer, so in that organization, there are multiple tenants or cells, then they can consume that. But per organization, you have to give different networks.
So whenever if an organization is getting onboarded, we have to create an external network.
Yeah, it should be part of. It should be there.
It's a, okay.
Network side, it should be created.
So it's like we'll be creating a dedicated network for the organization. So if tenant is getting onboarded, we will be creating a one external network.
Yes.
And we'll
So behind the scene, what you will do, you
so
will
we will not share anything with the tenants.
no.
Between the tenants, we are not going to share.
No. So behind the scenes, from the network side, what you will do, you will just make sure that the bonds, the provider bond, which was there are 3 bonds, right? You will make sure that that particular VLAN is passed on the computes.
Okay.
So this, what it will do, it will internally create a VLAN interface and bridge it to OVN switch, and then it will consume.
Oh, correct. So in case it's public IP, so for example, here we will be creating even for the external, you will be creating a private segment. Right?
Yes. Data center layer.
But how you would be passing the public IPs to the customers?
So
You will be creating some pool of IPs over here, or you'll be
yes,
creating.
so like this network, there will be again a network with a restricted pool.
Okay.
So for example, you will get to option to define that pool,
Okay.
and then that particular global public IP network segment will be used internally. So it will be a complete quota for that organization, and then internal to that quota, you will be able to create something called LOB, what she was showing. So you can put the quota on it, how many public IP that particular LOB can consume. So there are 2 levels of quota. One is at organization level, one is internal to that organization, LOBs, which are line of businesses.
So okay, and in case if in future, if same tenant for different departments, if they have been looking for 2 external network,
You can simply
they want to come here and they have
you will come here as an admin. You will
admin will be coming here and
allocate the network, and then they can consume.
oh, okay. Good. So the external network will be created only by the provider.
Yeah, admin side only.
Okay.
So here you will be the admin, I guess. Sure.
Yeah, Pooja, please.
Yeah. So the user will onboard the network from provider network section. Then again in network create organization page. Just give me a minute. Yeah. So the user is able to see the onboarded networks here, and he or she have to select any network type, in which network type he want to add the subnet, and irrespective of this subnet, this type, he will get the subnet list, and he can add one or multiple of subnet. And then we have an option of allocating the resources. That resource, that is quota, how much quota you want to assign to any organization, user can select the same. Once the organization is selected, user will click on create button and the organization will get created. And
CPU RAM also?
Yes.
and the created org, you will get the listing of the created org in this page.
So Pooja, just click on this three button, right
Yeah,
most.
sure.
Which license is not here covered.
And how do we control them?
So normally what we do, we spawn up, like for example, for RHEL subscription or not, we get the license activation token in URL. We run as part of deployment in account and script to be registered on the Red portal. For Windows, we basically set up a license server, and then that license server internally consume.
You get the number of the CPU consumption in the VM, right?
Yes.
How to dynamically scale that?
So currently that is for a particular VM. I understand you are saying if we can get a hypervisor layer license and then all those VM can be configured. So that is not supported with the KVM. So for that we have done some POC with hypervisor as in a Hyper-V. There we get the consumption, but again that will be a tricky part here if we want to consume hypervisor Hyper-V as a hypervisor for that. So for now what we do, we consume the license per VM based on VCP only.
Will you create a cluster for Windows, Linux, right? Or how it is? Host, we cannot add the Linux and Windows on same host, right?
So there is some concept called aggregates, or what you will say here as a AZs. So you will get to see. So there are different SKUs. Like for example, one way is based on segregation based on OS, if it is Windows or Linux based on that. Then another way is if we want RAM intensive or CPU intensive, those kind of aggregates are created. That is inherently part of the setup. Like VMs will land on that particular AZ or aggregate only, whatever we define in the backend. So the region AZ which you were seeing. So whenever a user will create a VM, he will select that particular AZ for the particular SQ kind of thing.
Bigger cost is the OS and PaaS license, database and PaaS license, right? If we don't control the quota here, he can able to subscribe with so many number of cores only Windows, so many number of.
So it will per VM because we are doing per VM only. So if
here you are giving, when you're giving a quota for them to create a VM, right?
Please open that quota.
Pooja, can you go to the quota page?
Organization quota, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Consider this example.
Show manage quota, you can show.
For CPU.
Okay, yeah, I can show that also.
For CPU Windows.
So this is the basically quota
And 6 CPU, I want to.
from where we can assign organization quota.
License also. Then only we will, we can get the license cost from the customer. If they are increasing only CPU, they can pay CPU cost. But license cost we are screwed. We have to.
So anyway, it will be dependent on.
Pooja, can you scroll down?
You will get the listing of all the VMs, Windows VM for instance, and then how many VCP are being consumed for that. All for
That's what we do say. Either you will get a dedicated cluster for Windows and for Linux and
yeah, so aggregates can be created. That is possible.
So you have to control him not to spin OS, because the OS also we supply, license we supply. We also have to control that part of this quota. So many Windows license, so many Windows, if there's an enterprise Linux, There is also limited based on the number of code.
But sir, again, at the end of it, it will be basis on these two factors only.
See,
Oh.
if I'm running a 5 Windows,
10
5
Linux.
I've got a from you.
Hmm.
If all of a sudden I'm using 8 Windows,
Right.
who will pay license for that?
Oh,
So there will be count. You will get a something that this particular organization.
so we are not reserving
That
that.
is a postmortem, you're saying.
Totally 5 Windows and 5 Linux.
You are limiting him not to create more than 10 VM.
Yes.
How do you limit same way? He will not create more than 5 Windows.
See, the total number of VM becomes 10. I can go for spinning that to 8 Windows.
That is very good. Okay. Yeah, we will consider that. That can be done.
Abhimanyu sir, have you got the question?
So it's like a Windows VM count, na? We want to
Yeah,
restrict.
they want a quota on VM Windows
So
count.
that
Linux
can
VM
be
count.
done. So because Jitu, like Jitendra, like for every operating system, whenever we create, it is tagged to our SKU flavor. So we know particularly this flavor will be used for Windows only or for Linux only. So we can restrict that. Currently, it is total VM count. We can restrict it as a Linux, enterprise Linux VM count or Windows Linux count also. So it will be that could be just like 22nd, 23rd line items in the total quota.
Yes.
That's not a challenge. Like
So the license is the bigger weightage for us.
Yes.
Huge cost.
But ultimately, you are not getting the billing based on that consumption kind of thing. Or this is a self
No,
use.
he is fine with the consumption, but he want to restrict it. Like if I give him 5 Windows, he should be able to.
Most of India customers are not like consumption based.
Mhm.
Because the CFO says, whatever I put it in my PO, only I'll pay for it.
Got it.
IT admin may, as per Google, pay per use.
Got it. Shall we move forward?
Yes.
Yeah, Pooja, please.
Okay. So this quota thing is clear, right?
Yeah, we have feedback.
Okay. Now in the once the organization is created, user can see, user will have these all options in which if will click to view detail, he will get all the details regarding the organization which he or she created. Here user will get the organization detail, organization name, org code, LOB owner name, created updated name, and the project detail. Right now it is not having any detail, any project, so it is coming as blank.
See, let's take an example. I have an customer, he is having multiple projects. We can get the chargeback somewhere, right? Yeah.
Yes.
For each project, what would be the cost associated for each project?
Yeah. So the resources such as VM, CPU, all these resources has something called metering tag enable. Like we can enable the like at the VM layer we enable it on the flavor. So flavor has associated charge with it. And then for same we have volume has charge with it. So you will get the chargebacks. Right? Okay.
This is the quota page of the organization, how much quota is allocated, how much is consumed of all the services. User is able to see all the detail of the quota, how much is consumed, how much was allocated. So this is the organization quota page. User can see all the project detail from here. Should we see? Yeah. So this is the project detail where he can see the project name, what is the project code, organization name, status, and by who created this project. All the detail will be reflected in this page. Also, a user can see the user detail page here. How many users are attached to this organization? Here the user listing will and the user info will reflect.
Do we have a dashboard out of the allocated quota? What is the customer consumption based?
Yeah, that is what we have shown. Yeah. Pooja, can you go back to that quota consumption page? How much use? Let me bring that.
So this is the how, if I show you, this is 95 is this virtual machine count which is allocated to this organization, and 50 is what consumed till yet. So this is the consumption, 50 is the consumption, 95 is the total allocated quota. So this is, yeah, so this is of compute, virtual machine, vCPU, RAM. This is of storage section. Yeah.
Any, take example, I have quota for 10 million.
There is a question, just put a pause.
Actually, now I'm getting very low voice. Rajat, if you
There is a
can just
question
repeat
between
it.
discussion between Mars and.
Okay, yeah, okay.
But there is a provision to request for quota update, like which will come back.
From the service portal.
Admin will approve it.
Yeah.
And then.
User can request the quota and admin will approve that quota and then quota get credited to them.
So you
So
have the order placement, customer can subscribe and put the order.
it's basically quota they can request and that quota can be approved by the admin.
Can you show that quota request?
Pooja, do we have any, like, can you just request a quota from service portal and showcase over here?
Can be for any other customer also.
Yeah.
On end user part.
So these are the things like quota requests are coming and admin has approved. So this is
how the customer will put this.
Yeah, so they have to go in the service portal. This is the admin portal page.
Let
So,
me.
Yeah.
So this is the service portal page in which we have this admin section. If I click to quota, so there are two type of quota. One is organization quota, and second is project quota. So this page will show you the organization quota, the same detail which we are seeing in the admin portal. And there are two type of quota, that is project quota and organization quota. So organization is quota is overall quota of the organization. Project quota is related to a single project. For example, in Mango, I have a current project Mango. So this with whenever I am raising the project quota, I will raise the request for this project only. If I'm raising to the organization, it will raise for the whole organization. So I am having upgrade organization quota request. User can click on that and can select any resource or the required amount of quota. For example, if I am increasing for project count, right now I am having one, I am increasing two more. This is the preview page. I am requesting upgrade. So the request is already raised for this organization. So that's why I'm not able to raise the multiple. So this is the request which is already raised. Once the request from raised from the service portal, it will reflect here, and I'm click on this. The admin will see and can approve the same. He can approve, reject the quota. If he approve this, quota requested is approved, and same will reflect in the service portal.
There is a question.
Understanding corrected. In an organization level, we can able to subscribe the pool of quota that will go to the provider for approval. Okay. Within organization, there's three projects. Each project individual can request for a quota that will approve by the organization as well.
Each project is
Right?
But do you know any timeline for this?
How do they will know whether how long the request came? Will they get a?
Yeah, there you can see 29 days ago this request is raised.
Like normally we enable a notification. It will get, yes, notification we need.
No, this quota for in future, whether it's valid.
Okay, he's asking time
Okay.
frame. How long I need this quota?
No, time frame is not bound. It is bound for
Because generally projects are like any of the server which is.
Says, give me for 6 months.
Mhm.
Practically. Right? From that 6 months, whether he is terminating or I will do auto terminate or whatever, right? There should be a.
It is not time bound.
Basically life cycle.
Keeps increasing. Yeah.
Actually, in most of the customers, they have request by never to decrease, even though they have restricted us,
Once the
decrease the
year is
quota.
over, they will run the standard.
Right.
That is a force, though we have option for force delete or something, but we will not never delete any of the enterprise, at least enterprise customers.
Just check if there's option for decreasing or removing the
We
quota.
come across.
No, so we can release the VM and release the quota.
During the year, I might ask for the few more VMs to do the auto balance, load balancing, right? And once the year end is over, I will resume the operation in standard workload. During those 3 months alone, I will ask for the more number of VMs. So we have to restrict the quota, stating only for these 3 months, number of VMs will be this much, and rest of the months, it should be came back to the standard work.
Cannot came back until he deleted.
Yeah, so what is the workload as a org admin, you are not aware.
So dashboard, how long he asked for it, how long he is running a overrun.
Maybe we can check internally if.
Question is basically what Jitendra has question initially asked is cannot particular after some time, can we do the force delete kind of thing? Of quota validity is over, you will force delete the VMs. Answer to that is no, that should be done by the project VM.
ये क्वेश्चन कहीं
First Jitendra का question ये था and after that there is a subsequent question. Quota price खत्म हो गया, like billing is over. You want to release it.
उसके बाद मुझे अब 6 महीने बाद नहीं है तो मेरा कोटा वहीं वापस आ जाए. पहले 10 VM बननी थी, मैंने बढ़ा के 14 करी थी. अब वापस मैं 10 पे 6 month
लेकिन वो बिना VM पे क्या वर्कलोड चल रहा है वो कौन डिसाइड करेगा?
That is up to the project project ना. उसको फर्क क्या है? मेरे तो उस पर नहीं. You have to only say आपने 3 महीने के लिए मांगा, 3 महीने के ऊपर चला रहा है, उसको अलर्ट देना है. You have to show that mark. Going beyond the time frame what you asked.
So Abhimanyu sir, there is a request. Can we have or we have in both scenario, like there is a validity on a given quota kind of thing?
But isn't your business going to grow like if we keep on consuming it?
So the problem, bigger problem. Somebody says I only need 3 months, and he give a PO only for 3 months. The organization product. So in my ERP, I will only send the invoice for 3 months, but eventually he's using for 5 months.
It's a reseller model kind of thing.
So where do I know this resource is subscribed for how many time period? We are not charging like AWS and Azure, no.
So
it's not that every month I send the invoice.
So will not be completely self-service what
right.
they are expecting. Maybe we can discuss on this internally, but we got your points.
So can we note this point? So Abhimanyu sir, do we have any such feature or?
You have to show that overrun beyond subscribe.
My understanding is currently that is not there, but let me confirm from Abhimanyu. Abhimanyu, are you there?
I did Tom, we will get back.
We have taken note.
Yeah, we have taken a note. Let me check whether I am on call. I can see only Pooja. Abhimanyu. Okay, let's continue.
Yeah, Pooja, continue.
Okay. So this is the organization, this is the quota request flow, which we are following right now. So yes. So again, if I'm going to organization page, attach subnet. So there can be a requirement, there can be a day to requirement where user want extra subnet or extra network to the organization. So from here, the user can request the same. He can select any network, he can add and attach, the subnet will get assigned to the organization. Yeah, so this is the organization flow which we are having.
Your provider console.
On the service portal. Service portal.
And currently she is in the admin.
No.
Provider.
Request, Pooja, you have done from service portal, right?
For okay.
More quota of subnet.
Yes.
Can you provide
subnet?
Service
So yes. So there is a flow.
UI for provider different color and
a big font for admin portal.
Different for both the like currently she is showing both. But as a product, you should not completely change the look and feel. That's why, like admin will be admin. User person
remains only instead of black color, you reverse it, white and black. You just reverse.
Yeah,
it,
this is something for a demo for someone of the. So that is their business us. But yeah, Pooja, can you go to the service portal and show again? Like we have service provider portal. User portal.
Let's make it simple.
Yeah, this
User
is the
portal.
user portal. So what need to show, Rajat?
We have requested for the additional network like quota
Okay.
for as additional subnet to be added, more network to
Okay.
be added. Yeah.
So there are two cases. Let's say I am having the subnet attached already to the organization, but in one project I am required one more subnet. So I can go here in subnet request form and I can create a subnet request. Here I'll give the business justification why I need this subnet, and I can just assign the subnet, add, and I'll request. Then this request will go to the organization, again the admin portal.
So this is now admin portal, and here you will approve the request.
Yeah, here in quota I am having the subnet request. So here I am here. So for example, these are the requests. So request will come here. User will see and approve or can reject the same. Yeah. So this is the subnet request flow. Any questions?
Yeah, just allow us a second to they are discussing something.
Okay.
Wait for.
Okay. இந்த டைம் நான் வெயிட் பண்றேன் சார்.
Spending it today. He's saying not here.
When you finish the deployment, you will learn Tamil. That's something you will get advantage. So,
Come again?
when you finish your deployment in safety, you will learn Tamil.
Okay. Let's Tamil.
That's the
Yeah, Pooja, we can start. So, now we have just shown that how the subnet is requested and admin has approved. Similar to quota, we have done that. So, yeah. See, yeah, Pooja, we can move forward from there.
So this is the project listing where user can see all the info related to the project. If I click on this, so user can see the detail of the project.
Provider portal.
Admin.
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 So here, yeah, so this is the project details. Here user can see the organization detail, how which users are assigned to this project. User can see that also, and also the provider details.
Cost and other things will not be.
Have we enabled the metering, Pooja, in this particular, like cost and something?
Like chargeback.
No, not yet, Rajat.
If I give a rate card for every customer, will you able to bring
for-
the invoice also?
Yes, yes. So Jitendra, like that is
Yep.
possible for this particular customer due to some other discussion. It's not enabled there. But for every SKU of volume, VM, or whatever the metering unit is, we can put the cost like 100 rupees for per GB per hour, something
For
like that
every
we can put.
Every organization, there will be different cost.
No.
You can able to feed that way, right?
I mean, when you customer, if they are asking, can we have a customer base, these costing
Prices.
separate prices?
Currently, it is general. We can put discounts, Jitendra, customer wise. But if we want to have a different,
Discounted one.
Yeah, that is there.
And you have anything called reserved and on demand pay per use like that? Two different quota?
no,
Pricing.
currently on spot or reserved like AWS, we don't have, but that can be enabled like based on, because that is something on the inventory also we have to discuss, and it can be done. It's not there currently.
But everything you commit that we can do it, I'm not sure about the timeline.
No, we
No,
are.
so-
You done somewhere and you can do.
Those are these things which you mentioned, like quota, you know, these are like code level checking, we can enable it. But if you request for some complete feature, then we have to get back, right? So
It is like a
charging you.
See, you don't have a quota today, fixed and then variable, on demand quota.
Yes.
Actually, the whole logic itself will go for your metering, the chargeback.
Right, so,
everything will differ.
so we are saying it's not there as of now as a standard offering. If that is required, that is an enhancement or a customization.
You have auto scale in this?
Auto scale, and then let me see. Can you go back to service portal?
Pucha.
Or, Abhimanyu, what was discussed on the auto scale earlier?
Auto scale, I think we have not discussed how much. So we have the standard thing that we have in this and other projects based on the CPU and I think network, right? CPU and
Can you go to console? Well, great. So, Pooja, do we have auto scaling enabled here or no?
No, Mars, auto scale is not enabled here.
so we can showcase, but it's currently on different other customer VPN, so that's a challenge. Internet stops
It's not
working.
enabled, just we need to enable it.
We can take a video and showcase, like that's not a challenge, like of a live environment.
From your orchestration portal, is there auto scale which you can able to configure?
Yes. So you will be able to deploy application and then you will be able to do the auto scaling based on CPU memory. These two things are there. I guess network is also there based on what consumption is there for packet or transfer speed. I guess that is. Okay.
Yeah, Pooja, please. Any other thing which we want to showcase? Pooja?
Yeah, so this is the project listing,
Can
and
you go
also
Pooja, can you go to create a network?
yeah, sure.
Tier 0, then create. Tier 1, customers can do.
So yeah, this is the create network where we can add the provider.
Tier 0.
Not the provider, as is the user portal. Service provider or customer, just let me put that way.
Yes.
So this
This is customer or service provider?
so this is customer only.
Customer.
So go and customer and just create a network.
So this deployment is for the production, like all the network are created on VLAN basis as well. That's why it is not enabled here for user to create network. But in another deployment, we can like enable it to create the self-service network there. But currently it is not here because all the network created here are VLAN based only. So they are not creating any self-service.
Specific offering.
If I cannot create one subnet now.
No, you can create, but you will only be able to create from the admin side.
You have to put a request here.
Yes.
In this portal, it is not there. In general, in other demo.
In our demo, we are.
Yeah, let me show the, let me show a demo. Let me show a demo.
That is
Just a second. Pooja, you can stop sharing for some time.
Yes, okay, done.
So my screen is visible. My screen is visible.
Yeah, Abhimanyu.
Okay, so if you see, this is the end user portal that Jitendra and Selvam that we are talking about. That is a Coredge based without any white labeling. So if you see that in virtual machine creation, all these detail, and I will show the auto scaling also, and we'll share this video also with you later on. It is currently on our SharePoint, so I have to see how can share it. If you see the flavor, compute intensive, storage intensive, and other can also be there. Currently compute intensive, availability zone, network will show how network can be created also. And if you see at the right hand side, it is MRC, HRC, monthly recurring cost or hourly recurring cost. So user has to also define if it is a very instantaneous spot instance he is creating, but he is not committing a month. So he has to do an HRC based costing that would be little higher. But if he is commenting a monthly recurring cost, then 150, whatever the cost we have defined, there would be a cost decided for per month for a particular SKU. So it's a medium 4 core 4 GB memory with some disk. So just showing it's a video. So yeah, showcasing that metering and so chargeback is there. Yeah. So if you see, so this changes to R basis.
Do you have any cost estimator available in your?
I think let's first see the scaling group feature. I think that is let's complete it, and yeah.
Sure.
So if you see that if you see the VMs here, there are two VMs created. One is with the backup enabled. So every time it's a snapshot, a periodic snapshot, weekly, daily, it would be created in the backend. If a user has selected for that particular machine, that backup has to be enabled. The cost will also incur and it will be added. But there could be a normal VM where backup is not enabled. So if you see a tick mark or a logo is there for backup in the
Can I schedule a snapshot on a periodicity policy I can define?
for backup we have what snapshot we don't have by default. We can enable it in our workflow, so that will be visible on your like the customized sify portal. So this is not something custom development, it's a change in our automation script. So that is there.
If I use FC storage, still you will support snapshot backup.
So it depends on the storage type and its driver.
Or use the NetApp storage.
NetApp supports.
You NetApp supports I know.
Yeah, our platform will support.
But in the NetApp, you cannot create a number of, there is a limitation number of volume. Every VM, if you create one volume.
Yeah, it can go from that. Every VM will be.
But there is a limitation on number of volumes in NetApp.
I haven't come across this. So we have restriction at OS layer. At some point
On the
it
storage level also there is a limitation in the number of volumes.
Okay, that we can follow the standard. What the appliance or storage thing. that we can stick to that. So there are policies we can restrict in a way so that this particular compute cannot have these many VMs, these many those are like configured as hypervisor.
It's not about artificial, overall platform itself, there is a limitation.
No, so Jitendra, the thing is that that's a challenge with a NetApp or a Hitachi driver. If there is something, how they have designed the drivers there, sir. Because we are not.
Come across, do you handle that? I don't see.
So currently I haven't in one of our provider, they are using OpenStack with NetApp only. What they have done, they have restricted the number of VM files per compute to 30. So by that, they are restricting how many number of runs will be created in the backend for that particular compute.
Do you know what is the limitation?
We have a limitation of 1024, but I don't know. They have
Check that. It's not end up, we have the problem. Okay.
So it is like how many number of runs can be mapped to in
Yes, every storage have a limitation on number of lines for it to create.
So there is one thing like we earlier discussed also. That's one of the reason why we support software defined storage for most of our standard volumes, but for high performance data drives or data disk, we support these NetApp and Hitachi high end enterprises boxes as a secondary box. So that is one of the reason to overcome the limitations, because in SDS there is no limitation in terms of LUNs because it's based on TCP protocol. So that's one of the thing. That's how we have done in one of the public cloud provider in India also for other one. For root disk, they are using our Ceph SDS based storage. For external like secondary or volumes, they are using that Hitachi box. I think Hitachi, and in one case it's NetApp here. So this is coming to the auto scaling group. This is the section where scaling of instances can be done based on the criteria. Let's say we create a scaling group. We select an image or a snapshot.
You mandate any load balancer for auto scale, or without load balancer also you just scale?
No, it mandates load balancer, it creates load balancer in the back.
Where did you validate here?
Abhimanyu, there was a question. There is a question.
No, I think in this it's something like just auto scaling. We are increasing or decreasing the number of instances that are a part of a application cluster, and it's more like we expect that it's behind the load balancer only. Otherwise, the backend, if increases or decreases, the end user won't be able to consume the application. So in this case, we are just scaling up the number of instances based on a criteria or a policy, and then we lower it down when the criteria goes down.
You manage anyway on the network, what network it has to be associated to this scale.
So yeah, that is there like that.
Where are you enforcing the network? On which network is the auto scale has to expand?
See, this is the network. No, we are selecting each and every section.
Okay.
So this is the tenant network only. Whatever you are doing, it's in your tenant or a project, what we called, what Pooja was showing. So in project, whatever is visible, it's visible to that project only. Security group network, scaling group size, desired capacity, minimum capacity, maximum capacity, and then now this is the scaling policy that we create. So based on scale up and scale down, based on average CPU, average network out, and just a second. So average network out and average. So these are the 4 criteria that we have currently supported in our solution, and that's because these are the only metrics we are maintaining also and monitoring also by default in any virtual instance. So that's why we can act and take a action based on that. And then we can set for scale down.
For scale down, you have option to set cooling period.
Yeah, given in the backend, it is defined already, it is not.
Because,
Yeah.
we should have some cooling
Cooling,
period.
correct. So that is, as when this is created, behind the thing, it creates a alert
Okay.
in the background, and then they
Standard, cooling period.
60
60 seconds.
So this is the other things like for a storage section, which is block storage, object storage, file system. File system here is like integration with any NFS system. But object and block we provide by default also as an SDS. So here if you see Jiten, like in Selvam, we have a cost associated. So for 5 GB, this is defined by admin at the time. Currently, as I mentioned, it's for all organizations same. We can see if it's want to be organization wise, it needs to be different. But currently it's there. Same.
My question was different. In AWS and Azure, they have the native cost estimator, right? Similarly, we have any module for the cost estimation. When
So
customer.
cost forecast, yeah. So Selvam, I got your points. A cost forecast for a month based on your usage, current usage. Currently, it's not there. It's we are bringing it as a FinOps in our cloud orbiter, this product only, but it's under testing as of now.
Okay.
So once it's not released yet. So but by before 10th or 15th December, I believe it would be there. So before this year, that feature will also be there, which showcase that's your monthly cost would be $1,000 based on your current usage as of today. It predicts based on how you are using as of today.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, we can move forward.
Vertical
So the-
scaling is a profile change of the VM, right? That done, that we have to do with the downtime or without downtime?
So resize you mean to say, right? Increasing CPU or
Yes.
memory, correct? Yeah,
Yes.
that takes a downtime because that takes a downtime. That cannot be done as like hot pluggable. It's not hot pluggable. So VM has to be rebooted to take the new vCPUs and other things. But that is how AWS also works, like I believe. AWS and Azure also expect.
Upscale, we don't need to take a downtime for VMware.
VMware it's not there, but I'm saying for AWS and Azure it's there. That's
Yeah.
what I'm saying. So VMware ESXi does that, but other hypervisors like especially KVM doesn't have that feature. So then similarly file also we can create a mount point and attach to a.
You also do a sizing based on T-shirts. Can I publish like a T-shirts?
Yes, you can give us, we will create it.
It need not be a quota,
No.
right?
No, T-shirt size though will be automatically defined. You won't be able to create end user.
So
Let's
one
say-
time when user will not be able,
User will not be able to
I
get.
will create a T-shirt size, suppose I create 100 catalog. That customer should able to use it.
Yes.
Right.
Yes.
Yes, that's
But
there.
will not be
But
able
if,
to create.
He cannot change the sizing of the.
Correct. He will just use whatever is on.
In case customer has to increase it, so he has to go to the another.
Resize.
Right?
No,
Yes, resize.
they have to resize it.
and also
Let's see
the
the flavors.
Fair.
T-shirt size, the T-shirt size that we are talking about, let's say small, medium, large, extra large, whatever we defined by the admin, we can create a custom T-shirt size from admin portal for a particular organization only based on the request. So that can be done, yeah. But admin only can do. For end user, it will be just whatever is allowed from admin, he will be able to see and consume it.
Any questions? No, we can move. Yes, sir. Yes, Abhimanyu, we can.
So rest to all our security group feature, I was just showcasing it. We can share this video also, Rajat. I have to see if some public link can be created. Currently, it's with my SharePoint, so that we can share, which gives a overview. I think this was the same, like Maz, same
Yeah.
portal we deployed, I think, in sify
Yeah.
also. And load balancer also, just we were talking. So let me show this also, because that time. So if you see the load balancer, that's based on HA proxy solution only, where a virtual appliance or a VM would be created within the project. If you see that we have all the listener name, protocol ports, all the timeout connections details that needs to be there.
Understanding on the Apache stack.
Apache stack, but we haven't used.
Nebula.
Nebula we haven't. Maybe Abhimanyu might.
Abhimanyu, there is a question.
Nebula, Open Nebula, we have, you mean to say
What
Open
is your
Nebula, correct?
understanding on Nebula and Apache cloud stack?
Apache Cloud Stack we have explored. Nebula we haven't. I was in my previous organization where we have explored, but in Coredge we have not done that.
What is the difference between the Apache cloud stack and then this OpenStack?
So Apache Cloud Stack, if you see, it's a quite a vanilla stack, like based and the backend. See, there is one major difference apart from features and thing, that is wholly based out of Citrix. Uh, you can say contributors, Citrix and their old contributors, whereas OpenStack is quite open in that case. Apart from that, Apache Cloud Stack bring that concept of OVS quite late. And so networking part, both have a different challenges. I would say we were discussing earlier that OpenStack has some networking challenge apart from other peripheral devices services. So what I feel is
Any limitation which I cannot able to achieve on Apache?
I don't. Apache Cloud Stack, it's like that. I have to check. Recently, I've not checked. 2 years back, we worked on Apache Cloud Stack for our HCI solution, but we dropped that solution. So that's the reason. Yeah. So I have to check that. But feature and services wise and driver integration wise, yes, OpenStack has more bigger ecosystem as of today, because they have more contributors and more companies aligned.
You guys heard about Papaya Cloud?
I have heard but not seen much. Some blogs I have seen.
Okay. So can we ask Pooja to drop, or we need her on the call?
Just give me 5 minutes. Just wait. Pooja can wait for 5 minutes. So this is the load balancer. All the parameters that standard in ELB also comes. If you see about for the SSL termination, what is the algorithm we want to select. So all those things are there. And then
This load balance service is extended to your cloud arbiter also.
Sorry?
This load balancer service is extended to cloud arbiter also.
No.
yes, in Cloud Orbiter, yes, we have the service, same service. In that service, it's based out of that Kubernetes based drivers. So we deploy load balancer on a particular cluster, Kubernetes cluster.
Okay, so you use ingress controller for integration.
Correct.
Okay.
Or also we have done integration with, there are some drivers where F5 and other appliances also we have done. So
Okay,
F5 we have
so
done with the F5.
Cluster with F5 also.
Yes.
F5 and Citrix and Redware, both in OpenStack and both in this Kubernetes we have done.
Okay.
So here it's I think this is a cluster part, which is backend wise, it's a cloud orbiter only. So yeah, so This is like a cloud formation template where we call it as a heat project in OpenStack. So Jitendra, you were asking these type of features currently are not in cloud stack. Like, so if it's a relevant like for a IES infrastructure as a code part, so they have done a lot of work on heat project, OpenStack community. So that is one thing and it is compatible with cloud formation template also of AWS. Edge though we have just it's a one or a single node rack or a single node server located in a different like a edge a remote location.
But the controller can be remain same in from one from the.
Currently in Edge we deploy all in one node with a light weighted Kubernetes. Very light, like
If you do all
60.
in one, your orchestration can able to talk to with multiple open
Yes.
pods. That way you
Yes,
are.
yes.
But
So
if there is a network connectivity to be established between the edge and primary side, how do you do that?
yes. So what we do is, let's say we have a remote site in a retail company, a single server is deployed where all in one orchestration has been done. So that site doesn't need a public IP, it needs a outbound connectivity to the orchestration, whitelisted through any mean. And if the connectivity is disconnected also between the central site and the remote edge site, then also that site will keep on working as it is. But yes, it will not push the metering or telemetry data to the central cloud. And once the connectivity is back, that will push all the data again. So for us, if it is disconnected or connected, end user at edge location or remote location will keep on working, and we just need a basic connectivity for telemetry and monitoring purpose of that site. Rest all the control is at edge only for offloading everything. So it depends upon. We did this use case for a retail company who has lot of sites and in different part of India remotely.
If I have IoT with micro OS on container, will you able to still take the management?
Yes. So there is an agent which is configured on the remote side, which always work on a push-based mechanism. It just connect to the server whenever connect, whatever instruction it has, it will just fetch and execute those. So it can be IoT like Raspberry Pi or something, and then there on top
Still
of
able to see from this portal.
yes.
Yes. So in Cloud Orbiter, today we have not planned, but we can showcase later on remotely also. We can see all the Raspberry Pi devices located in different houses in different locations, and telemetry is coming, temperature, heat, everything of that device.
That is on K3S.
Yes, K3S kind of setup. So it is not exactly K3S. Like
It's
we have
not
built
K3S,
like
it's a
lightweight
CKP.
Kubernetes
Yeah,
by the
it's
single
a
vendor, which does all the installation there. It will not do the K3S service, but it is similar.
So in this, like this is Cloud Orbiter. When we click, it's integrated with that only. And here, if you see, these would be the cluster. So just a thing because we were discussing. These would be the cluster. So this would be the cluster. Edge cluster would come as a distribution CKP edge, or it could be any other Kubernetes K3S also. We support every other standard CNCF compliant Kubernetes. So there we can get all this all the utilization and everything. So I can share this video again later on. It's a like complete detail of how the workflow is going on. So any question on the points that we were discussing? Hello.
Yeah, they're thinking, yeah.
Okay, sure, no problem.
So on the deployment point of view, as we talked about this cluster, right, multiple cluster, what is that you place the instance? In today, what we do, we generally create a multiple cluster.
I'm just switching on the camera.
This cluster for the like MSC per DB. This for Linux. From your author section portal, when somebody is requesting a VM, will you place them on the respective target?
We give an option to select where they want to place.
No, it is region. It's not a region one, region two.
optimization.
So I think Mars, I think they are mentioning it's like a particular set of cluster nodes. Let's say 10 nodes are for Windows, 10 nodes are for Linux, correct?
Yes, sir.
So in that case, what will happen is, if suppose I am an end user Abhimanyu, I I selected a Windows 2021 server edition with a flavor Windows small. So while selecting the SKU of window small, window medium, window large, that is these flavors, we called it as flavor, they are automatically tagged to particular group of nodes only. So whenever any resource scheduling will happen, it will happen only on those 10 nodes. If resource is not available, it will be failed. If resource is available, it will be created only on those 10 or 12 node, whatever we have defined.
You call this as a group, right? This is a group one, group two, within
Host
single
aggregator.
entity.
We called it as host aggregates.
Host aggregator. Okay. In this host aggregator, a customer have chosen one Windows VM, one Linux VM, and one DB VM. But for this, will the network will remain same for them?
Yes.
They can
Yeah.
intercommunicate and all those things.
Yes.
It will be L2, network will be L2 only for them. VXLAN extended to cluster 1, Windows cluster and Linux cluster.
Okay. So if you are having like we as we said, we have a 10 node, right? N plus 9. In this 10 node, how do you place the VM on which node? What is the logic you follow?
So when we create an image, right? So for example, we know it's Windows. So there we have an option to tagging for scheduling. So whenever we upload that image, we make sure that we enable the tag to every time whenever any VM is provisioned using this image, it will be land here. If there is a Linux, there will again a tag. It will
That's the aggregator group you told. Now, within the aggregator group, suppose within the Windows, I have 10 servers. In this host aggregator group, 10 servers. Out of these 10 servers, what basis you will choose which host this VM has to be placed?
So there are multiple matrices. One of them is RAM. So second is tagged. That is configurable, which means stacked means it will based on if 10 nodes are available, it will pick where we have resources plenty running. So one VM is running. Stacked what will do, it will do VM2 also here until it got filled. Then it will go to second. Then there is RAM.
You're saying you have a visibility of each and every
Yes.
host.
Yes. So whenever a VM is scheduled, it goes with n number of scheduling parameters that is configurable at our end. Like when we do the deployment, it is configurable. Like if we want to all the VMs to be stacked on a single compute, that can be configured. If we want it to be distributed across, that can be done. And then in some scenarios where we want something called affinity, anti-affinity, then those groups are created and at the time of VM creation, user can select affinity, anti-affinity, and based on that, it will be distributed among the nodes. So
And also,
there will be many parameters for the scheduling.
We want to know what are the parameters you generally set.
so Jitendra, like in this, just to add, there are around 10 to 12 filters, scheduling filters. So in scheduling filters that are being designed and developed by community itself, OpenStack, and there they consider the best, they find the best host which is suited for the particular scheduled request, and they have all the data in every 5 seconds what is the current resource available in particular 10 nodes. So they know each and every node before scheduling anything. And they have a retry mechanism also. If suppose they select a node 1 of from Windows cluster and due to any reason it got failed, the request got failed, they will try a second time on second best select available node, and then third time also. So that's how what Mars was saying. It's all backend configuration. We provide our optimal configuration that also don't keep on trying and trying, but make sure that the resource gets successfully provisioned also.
The failure is because of unavailability of resource, you're saying. Or the
No,
host is
sometime
not acknowledge that resource.
sometimes what happens is in the whole cluster, when you have 100 or 50 nodes, suppose a request comes and due to any reason, particular hardware or a service connection got broken at that compute node, the request is not getting successful. So the scheduler knows now I tried on node 1, it got failed. It will try node 2 and node 3 because it has those 3 nodes selected, which is my priority 1, which is my priority 2, priority 3. It selects 3 nodes, or rather 3 options. It tries for the first, which is the best for it. But due to any communication error there, RPC communication error broke, anything can happen at that particular time. It will go to second node. But for end user, it will not show. It will show that your VM is provisioned.
You are saying based on the RAM or CPU, you can able to define the rule
Yes.
to be in place for the
Correct.
this 10 node cluster, right?
Correct, correct. And as Maz was saying, we
We
can
will be
place
able to
this.
set the over provision ratio on this host. How many
Yes. Every node
provisioning
has a over provisioning ratio selected.
Normally,
By default, we provide one
we go
to.
by two. We go 1/4 as well, depending on like what kind of workload are running. Normally we do 1:1, 1:2, 1:4 the CPU, and we doesn't do anything on that.
Memory is 1:1
Fixed,
mapped.
fixed, yeah.
physical RAM mandate?
Yes, because
If one node is given with 1:2 or 1:4, right? But the VMs were degrading because of the non-availability of resource.
Hmm.
Will you monitor something and then evacuate the VM, or how it is?
so we do provide a dashboard where it shows us the utilization, and then for the VM, we also provide the skill utilization, and based on that, we can configure alert. Currently, it is not there, but alerting can be triggered.
There is no auto evacuation which you will
Auto
monitor.
Also, no, so Maz, using our that auto evacuation, like Maz, in that point, na, suppose we have a criteria defined, let's say if my CPU goes 80% of the physical host compute node, I can start evacuating. That a rule can be done, right?
Yeah, that rule can be
Yes.
added.
So that is something, Jitinder, we need to place those rules very precisely, because otherwise what
But
happens is,
OpenStack does not have that evacuation
yes,
trigger. Did you develop anything?
yes, we developed in our
So
orchestration based on
we have
triggers.
we have developed from our monitoring stack itself. Like whenever it goes up to a certain limit, it will trigger some internal jobs to migrate few of the VMs.
What basically? Which VM you will select?
So we get the resource utilization. Whoever has the pattern change, the differential pattern change in the CPU. Normally it is noisy neighbor only.
Which instance you will touch? Will you touch
So-
the instance which is hogging for a CPU, or which is
So
ideal?
what we do, we go by the CPU utilization for each of the instances, and we will get the differential which has recently spiked. So we move out of those waves.
That is already on spike now. If you
Yes.
evacuate them, will not degrade further.
No,
No, it will not. It is a live migration.
that is
So
that is the VM which will cause the issue to other VMs only. So that is the first VM we should evacuate in this scenario.
You have that algorithm, I'm not sure. Okay, so you have monitoring which you can able to do it.
Yes, so we have monitoring which can trigger the job to evacuate.
And similarly in VMware, as I think it's a dynamic resource scheduling, something like that. So in that something similar, because OpenStack was missing that feature. It's something admin has to monitor. So what Maz was telling, that based on our key metrics, CPU and network, because memory usually it's 1:1 mapped and it's not over provisioned, and it someone has to, like, it cannot be like someone disturbing the memory of other. So usually the network and the CPU is our criteria. But yes, if there is other criteria, that can also be done. We have done it as a functionality development we have done, and it can be added, like more criterias can be added.
Okay. What about storage?
So because our storage, see again, like in our storage case, it's quite simple. If we use software defined storage, it's quite scalable in terms of as we increase the number of storage nodes, the performance keeps on increasing. So that's, you can say, a pro beauty also of using software defined storage, and sometime it is little costly also in that matter. So it's depend, like in SAN and other thing, we need to monitor the SAN storage boxes, why if it's getting degraded or not. But one thing that I think we missed in our observability, we will provide a centralized observability or monitoring of all the devices, of SAN storage box, of the cloud nodes, controller, of Coredge software stack, end user VMs, and also if it's possible, we can provide the network devices uptime and other details, basic details of networking switches also.
You control the network throughput on per guest VM?
So currently our criteria is very simple, based on, because we are using 50 gig for the data traffic, 50 Gbps, if that's the planning in the design. So what we do is we create not more than 50 VMs in a particular node. That's our policy by default in all the.
One node is something like broadcasting for up to 10 gig. Right? The rest of the VM will have a challenge, no? If you don't limit
Yes,
that.
yes. So we
So
have a
there are
quality
two
of services
policies.
there.
QoS
So
is
yes.
there. It need to be enabled from the backend. Like when we are configuring storage and all. So the quality of the storage can be enabled on per volume type.
Per VM.
Yeah, per
Can I
VM.
able to say production VM?
You can restrict up to number.
Up to two number ones.
Up to a number, like if you
I
want.
say 1 gig should be.
Yeah, it will not be able to consume more than 1 gig.
But
It is a hard
guest,
limit.
the guest, will I see that as a 1 gig throughput, or should I see a 10 gig throughput?
You will see the 10 gig only, like a standard which you see. But it will be restricted to 1 gig only. So QoS policies need to be created.
That will be overhead for the hypervisors.
Yes.
Yes, it is a little overhead, so by default we don't enable it. But as I was mentioning, if we keep the
Can we inject
number
the
of
driver of the VM NIC to 1 gig rather than giving them 10 gig, 25 gig?
no 10, so wait, if so that is something a virtual switch goes. So we don't tweak that thing. So that we need to check. I don't think it's possible, because changing any parameter inside a virtual switch will have other repercussions also. We have to check that part. If we can restrict in the VM, because in VM it's usually unknown speed comes, because that is abstracted. So for you, I can check if 10G, 1G or unknown speed comes, that we can check.
Okay.
We have option to set a reservation and limit on VM CPU or memory. In VMware, we have option, right? Set the reservation and limit. Similarly, we have anything.
So reservation of CPU.
CPU and memory. Yes.
Per VM, per VM.
Per VM.
So
Reservation.
you want like range to be defined. It can go up to this, and this is what requested like that.
It's like guarantee, saying restricting the resizing.
Reservation, yeah, I have assigned 16 GB RAM. If we set the reservation for 8 GB, and this VM will guarantee will get a 8 GB from the physical host. This
One is to one mapping kind of.
So RAM we always do 1:1. So it is not applicable. For CPU, we can do, so for that we'll need another layer of flavor creation, which will do the CPU pinning. It will not be exactly mapped to that I'm restricting it, but
flavor will be created. For example, if we have 72 pins, we can allocate those number of pins.
This much of gigabytes can be assigned.
This much of?
Yeah, gigabytes can be assigned for the particular. Yeah. In VMware, we have this kind of option. Some customer might have.
Yeah, that can be, so that can be done at the flavor layer. So for that, you need to have specific compute nodes added with those capabilities so that pinning can be enabled. Like normally, the CPU is consume over whatever is available on the hypervisor. But if we want to guarantee it, we need to create flavor to map to those pins. So for that use case, there should be compute available with those pin available for the consumption of the user being.
So, Maz,
You have a limit for maximum limit for each node, number of VMs can be spared.
Yeah.
That's a limit.
50.
55.
Yeah. So 50, we have put in a standard considering many things like we have many observation from different customers. So based on that, we have drive to this 50 conclusion. Yeah, Bhiman, you were saying something?
I was saying on the Selvam point, let's say if we want different, maybe I was listening little, the voice was low, but CPU type can be defined. Compute CPU intensive flavors can be there, general purpose flavor can be there, and it could be like if we have some nodes with high CPU frequency, that also can be there. So based on that, if user selects whatever he requires, the VM will go into that particular host, which has all those capability, let's say more gigahertz of processor clock speed, CPU pinning enabled, or ratio is 1:2 only. For general purpose, it's 1:4. So those all things can be done at the deployment time only. Nothing new has to be done. It's already supported by our orchestration layer.
You want to add anything more in the demo class?
So I guess if we
Go to the monitoring section.
yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, Abhimanyu sir, I have to ask Pooja to drop. She has,
Yes,
yeah,
yes.
yeah,
Sure.
yeah, she has, yeah, late night cam. Yes.
Sure. Okay.
So shall I connect back on the PPT?
Yes.
Good.
Mas.
You can check my phone.
Which are
When I will share it, please stop.
Storage bit. Self-storage. Can we touch upon this chef and object storage? How do you configure, what are the volumes you configure? How the performance metrics being managed? How many volumes I can attach to per instance? And how do you manage the platform of self storage, like disk performance and those things? And also, if I want to do only object as a service beyond OpenStack, will you do that? These two.
So, sorry, can you repeat object storage?
And if I wanted to, today we operate the object with Cloudian. Okay. If I want to move from Cloudian to Chef object storage, will you can able to support as a separate service?
Yes, it's separate. Object storage, we don't rely on OpenStack. It's a separate component within us. We have two options. One is based out of our own Ceph, and other is if we want an archival storage, we have a partnership with Quantum also.
Okay.
If tape another, so we are the like a partner, India partner for Quantum also. For our low cost archival storage where NLSS or tape drives are there. So Quantum is a
So the
Player-
archival, you give a volume of volume as an object bucket, or you are talking about
S3 only for retention purpose. It
is
would
a
be
S3
S3.
archival you are talking about.
Yes,
But
yes, S3
archival,
archive. Yes.
archival is like a file dumper of your platform, or do you have an archival policy like a backup settlement?
So what happens is, suppose a backup policy is there that after 60 days, my data would be just for the
target
purpose of,
volume for you. Target volume within
Yeah,
the
yeah,
object
target.
you have different tier.
yeah,
Nothing to do
different
with
tier in
archival
object
as a
storage.
concept,
Yes,
right?
correct, correct. Different tiers in object. One is low cost, one is matlab mid cost, you can say, or a normal cost. Low cost, we use tape drives or something like that. And in normal, we use NLSS drives. And high speed object storage, which is used these days for GPU data transfer and GPU AI ML workloads, we are using SSD also. So it's just like the tiering for us. The backend changes, but orchestration remains core.
PPT.
Abhinay sir, just allow us a second.
No problem.
So you said for object storage, you have your own object storage. So apart from SIP, you are saying you have your own object storage, right?
We support Quantum also. We have a tie-up with Quantum also. So Quantum US. So we are supporting that because they are a leader in supporting tape drives and everything. So we use that. So both options are available in our object storage tiering. And in object storage, just to highlight, we are running more than 5 petabyte in Government of India, more than 5 petabyte, I think. Around 5 petabyte in one of the CSP in Chennai. So we are running it multiple areas. We are running it dedicated. It's not dependent on a cloud platform. It can be standalone also.
It's standalone, we already have a Cloudian as a platform.
Got it.
So what?
Yeah. So our cost, like Cloudian is, I'm not sure about Cloudian, but Minayo and all have like a subscription based thing with us because so it's more like a flexibility and cost effectiveness and some integrations and like we can provide.
So do you have any architecture reference of your object storage? Or you can share that with me.
Yes, we have benchmarking data.
We have report and benchmarking also. I think we can share once we are in Noida, like Mars, we can share it. We need some data.
The version of object storage again is a software different, right?
Yes.
Yes.
So do you have any reference architecture with vendors like HP or?
Yes, we have.
We have with JBoards also. We have done with, I think, WD Seagate with Dell and HP hardware. So we can propose that.
So if everyone is exhausted, maybe we can continue tomorrow. Like I see the faces of people.
We can ask.
We are available first half. We can do tomorrow.
I'm not available.
Okay.
We have meetings.
Okay, let's continue today only. Yeah. Let's have. I was just thinking about you. I am fine. I have to do.
Yeah. And what time you are available tomorrow?
We will be leaving in the evening.
It's because we have management call till 12 o'clock. 10 to 12.
Okay, then let's try to wrap it.
What you suggest?
What time is it flight?
But sir, is
Not sure.
nothing on Wednesday.
Okay.
We'll not put the slides in. We'll book the content.
What are topics you have to cover?
So it was more like whatever I have said, there are a few more left for block and S3 only. So, and then if you have some question, I guess there would be many question in the storage side that we will
I might have questions around AI and GPU, but you probably we need to discuss.
Okay, we can.
Also, on the BOQ, we need to find out how it is going. Because they've been asking for number of ports and there was query from the security about the number of ports on the firewall. How the uplink is going to connect to the firewall. Because that is really mismatch on the configuration is one thing.
Okay.
And the switch doesn't have a higher uplink while the firewall, something like that. Or the vice versa. Is it a need for a 1 week copper? Can it not be a 1 week Ethernet? Because the switch is on Ethernet, but the server side it starts for copper.
1 gig is needed for bare metal provisioning.
Can be either Ethernet or sorry, RJ45 or copper.
It can be anything, and we just need connect.
Because the switch is asking about an RJ45, while the server side it was copper.
Okay.
Right?
Copper is also fine.
Then the switch also should change. Right? RJ45.
Right.
It has to be a copper.
So what you have currently, at a switch?
It's an 1 gig is an OOB one.
Okay.
Only for ILO, track. It's an RJ. While the production is 10 by 25, 5. Few clarifications about that, about also on the storage part.
Maybe we can discuss that part with along with Abhimanyu. Abhimanyu, we have, let's clear it out. Anyway, we are waiting. So Abhimanyu,
Yes, tell me. Okay.
so we have some constraint from the existing.
Sorry.
Acha, okay. 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 There's some question on BOQ. We are opening this. Try to figure. Thanks for that.
No, copper is also okay for 1 Gbps. Matlab, it's okay.
So, which one?
So, why do we need an HBA port on that? We don't have any HBA.
So if we are just going by software defined, it is not needed. But if we have, you might have.
नहीं mass वो मैंने सिर्फ वो glance and root volume के लिए I have kept 3 nodes storage server.
Okay. नहीं इसमें जो HBA का ये पूछ रहा है. These they are asking why it need HBA.
Compute तो need HBA ना if they are connected to SAN.
We would be using data only, right? Or what?
That's an absolute government product. If the environment is going to have an external storage, then we need it.
So,
नहीं sorry.
It's an IP channel.
Have it if you want to know the path, you can use it. There is.
Okay. Ask him like the number of slots will differ. I will need to go for the instead of 2, you will need to go with. Because already there are 25 ports. So 2
yes, no? Let's wrap it. Yes.
Actually में ना note down the comments.
ठीक है, I will note it down.
Note a comment in the next column, and then we can work out. मतलब उसमें तो if we have to optimize anything more.
Can you tell me one thing? Is root volumes are mandatory to be provisioned from the software storage, or it can be provisioned from the SAN storage also?
It can be done anyway.
It can be done SAN also.
It's just we need to configure both the storage. If we use root volume as SDS, it can be SDS. If we use for FC, it can be FC. SAN, it can be. Like it is no limit. It's just that we need to configure both in the system so that user can select, or we can define that it is being selected for the root volume.
Quotas for the block storage, right? So that can be done only for the software defined or for the even for the.
It will be applicable on both.
How we can set the quota for the
So it ultimately it is a LUN being created. So one LUN will be one volume, and how many size of volume is being created, and how many number of volumes are being created. That is the quota. So that can be tracked. Yes, not the capacity as well. Like how many size. Like whenever I will be orchestrating the SAN to create a. I have the local data that I have these many volumes created of these many size.
Because in Meta, you have to create a volume and then you have to create a value.
Yes. So that is taken care internally by the driver. It will go create and map on the host where the VM is landing.
There will be a separate volume and value.
Yes. Yes.
It's not like the VMware data.
No. It creates its own layer. VMware creates its own layer or data store, and all the VMD gets created there.
Same volume with multiple LUNs, or each LUN will.
Each LUN will correspond to one volume will correspond to one LUN, and then it will be representing one VM volume.
Case of energy.
It will be same. It will be same for all. Yeah. For all SAN, it will be like this only.
So what about how about snapshots? So to leverage the existing storage
SAN capabilities, yeah.
or it will use the flex clone to create a one copy.
It will give the call to the SAN storage itself. It has the functionality of snapshot creation and cloning. It will do that.
How we are measuring that snapshot or charging?
A snapshot is complete size of volume will be considered. Although it will not be as a raw capacity user, it will not be as similar to volume, but normally snapshot are considered as size of volume only.
Snapshot cost is, even though the snapshot size is same as the EBS volume, the cost should be different. We should have some catch on it. See, for us, it's okay, but when I project the bill, they would like previous and snapshot.
Snapshot that is yesterday, yeah.
Back in the front end of the. So different, both level implications.
Here it is on same floor.
So maybe we can like when we are assigning a charge to it. For example, if I am charging 100 GB volume of 100 rupees, so maybe if I am charging for snapshot, I can lower the price of it to like 10 rupees, 5 rupees. Yeah, we can set the pricing accordingly. Yes, so it will reduce the cost actually because it is not being consumed.
Some customers will opt for a dedicated host, right? How do we?
Dedicated?
Dedicated host.
Okay.
For example, if they want to have a dedicated cluster for themselves, they might buy.
Cluster, you mean the VM where VM will be provisioned or Kubernetes side you're talking?
No, VM. So,
VMs,
so
okay.
let's say they will have 5-6 nodes.
Hmm.
In that, they might create their own VMs, which is dedicated for them.
Hmm.
How do you do it? Because this is more of
Later.
shared tenants, right? Multi-tenancy.
Yes.
So though this platform could be multi-tenant, but I might have customers who want dedicated infra.
Yes.
So they will have their own host clusters, like a different 5 or 6 host physical servers, which they will do it as a single cluster. In that they will deploy.
So what we were discussing earlier, right, for Linux, Windows, and others. So similarly, there will be a category. Maybe we can say it like we were calling it aggregates, right? So maybe we will have one aggregate by the customer name or maybe customer one. And then for the user side, they will see a flavor. Maybe a 4C, 8G dedicated. Okay. So the user side will like the admin can enable just this flavor. Whatever the resources he will provision using this, it will map to this one. So the mapping part are two in all these ecosystem. Mapping part is to whatever we do, it either will be on image level. There will be some metadata pass to land on this one or select this source, or it will be flavor where we will pass metadata. Based on that, it will land on the Discord. These two things are the one from where everything changes, where things will provision, where it will go.
In the back end, do you have an option to reserve the host for that particular organization?
Yeah, so this aggregate will come at the admin portal. You will enable this aggregate for a particular customer only.
Okay.
So for this, the network stack will also be different, like they will
It
have.
will be same. For entire stack network will be same.
Same.
Okay.
How about
So
storage?
it will be just that all the VMs for this particular use, tenant or project will be landed here only. No other one will land here.
Storage also dedicated for that.
Dedicated? No. So that anyway, it will be like you will not go and set up a separate SEP or separate SAN for the user, right?
I want to build a specific customer, if I want to keep a dedicated
In
storage.
some cases, large enterprise customers will have.
So you will provision separate storage. So it will be again like.
mass volume type, mass
Never map to that all.
volume type. We will create a custom volume type for that tenant project.
So we are creating a volume type corresponding with user is seeing on the portal for SDS or for SAN. Likewise, he will have one volume type of dedicated one. So he will be allowed, like we will enable from the admin portal to just consume this volume type. So all the volume which is getting provision will be consumed from this storage also.
So in that app, we have vServer concept, right? So if I want to dedicate one vServer to a specific customer. how do I do that?
So when I configure the SAN at my end for the net app, I will take the what is called
vServer.
no, it is not vSAN. vServer, I guess, yeah, vServer. I will get the vServer IP and its credential.
Yeah, that is that.
That's it. That's it. So based on this, a volume type will be created. Then volume type will be mapped to the organization or project, whatever.
So here we have different clusters like Linux, Windows. So for each type, I can create a different vServer.
Yes,
We can do that.
yes. So ultimately, it will boil down to volume types. So these all volume types will be corresponding to some storage backend. If there is a dedicated V server, we can have n number of multiple volume type corresponding to each of the V servers. And then for customers, we can enable that.
It's a tag.
Volume type is, you can say, it is a way to confirm where volume will be created.
That will be that entry is put up in the cinder.com.
Yes, somewhere, yeah, in the scenario.
How do we set the QoS?
QoS.
Like if I want to set a specific layouts.
What? For storage.
Entire organization. The functionality is available in the storage. But how do you?
I think mass wo driver to driver, it depends, I think. But you can check.
That depends on driver to driver. He's in.
When we create volume type, we create a QoS policy. So it basically depends on driver, like what is the storage we are using. Self supports and the tap I guess support. So QoS we define how many read IOPS, read bandwidth, write IOPS, write bandwidth. These four things we define. Then we associate this to a volume type. Whatever the volume will be created with this QoS, it will at the KVM layer or the hypervisor layer, where the version or KVM instance is getting provisioned, it will apply the same QoS at the VM layer where the volume is being. So this way it is being managed.
The switch orchestration, SAN switch orchestration is not done.
No.
So that will be memory of that.
Yes.
What about in case of vice versa?
iSCSI also follow the same. For this, for the hypervisor, it is just the desk from wherever we get. And it is managed by the driver which we use. So if we have iSCSI, it will again provision It will have its IQN number and all configured and then mapped to this internally too. It doesn't, we have to just do the configuration initially.
Specifically about that leak which are the bottom leak. Leak uplink will be on the bottom leak.
Okay.
No? That I can understand.
What Abhimanyu is suggesting?
There are 8 leaf and 2 bottom leaf in the view.
Uh-huh.
So I assume these 8 leaf will have an uplink to the bottom leaf,
Yes.
right?
Yes. Abhimanyu, just get the idea what. Maybe we can get
to row number.
Tell me. Sorry,
Yeah,
tell me.
if you can see the row number 8 and 9, the leaf switch and
let me share it
so
again.
it's more of a view.
No number.
शेयर नहीं वहाँ पे शेयरिंग बंद हो गई है.
Row number
8 and 9.
8 and 9, huh?
Yeah, so there are 8 leaf switches, right? The compute nodes and the storage nodes, everything is going to connect to this leaf switch. Correct? For that, 8 switches connected.
Correct.
Right. So these 8 switches will have an uplink to the border leaf.
Uplink to the, sorry?
No, what is this border leaf for? It will be an uplink for these 8 switches, right? No.
Yes, it was, see, this BOQ was designed कि a leaf switch has a uplink to spine has a uplink to border, and border is connected to the gateway routers,
Okay.
which is
Leaf will
ISP
have an
terminated.
uplink to
So if we want to change now, because after today's
no
discussion,
need to change. I just want to have an understanding.
okay,
Even in that case, if you want to have it as an uplink to the spine
yes,
is having 48 25 gig ports, but only 400 gig ports.
where,
Line
so,
number 16. 8 gets an uplink to
Rajat,
16, right? No.
16, yes, 16 only. So we have,
Would that not
okay,
be right to have more number of 100 gig ports rather than 25 gig ports?
yes, we need only 100 gig ports only. Yes, correct, you are right.
Probably
So
the
Rajat,
16th
mark it
line.
as red, mark it red. Just mark it that we need to update something here. Something, just do it.
16.
Correct, you are right. We
16
need
and
to
then
have a,
again, same will happen for 9 also. Because when the core is getting an uplink to the border leaf is also having 48 25 gig ports. I don't think we
they don't, they need only 4 ports, border, 4 plus the other devices that would be connected.
Correct.
10 gig or slash 25, because these days firewall also support 10/25, so we can have that jumper or whatever you call 10/25, whatever is to be used.
Okay. So, and the components, whatever you have mentioned on 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, like the WAF, SIEM, PAM, backups. These
So
are
this
more
is
of
something we are not sure as of today, because this is usually customer already has. So it's a more like we don't have a very specific, you can say BOQ on that. So that's why we've just written it's a, because SIM is a software, majorly
correct.
EPS
That's
based
why
or
my query
something.
is, why do we need an HSM here? Anything to do with the architecture, which is
So
external
HSM is
service
something,
that we need, SIEM
see,
or
Yes.
SIM is important if we need to have a MITI compliance or something.
that's fine.
See, right?
You already have those. With
So we
the
can,
yes. So it is like complete BOQ for running everything.
Complete
So if you
rounded
have things, you can just remove those things.
yes, it's not a new thing. It's something we need already. We can use for the current setup also. Let's say HSM may not be required on day one. It could be the
Right.
load balancer that we are taking. It has a internal HSM already. Usually comes for encrypting and decrypting the keys and all. So may
Okay.
not be dedicated Thales HSM is required. We can skip for now.
Okay,
Gradually we
so
can bring.
if I'm getting it right, till row number 17, which is the perimeter firewall, These are all mandatory components for the Coredge architecture, while 18 to 25 are add-on or supporting related configurations.
Yeah, for the complete setup to
Got it.
work, these
So
are.
18 is also required, just up till 18 is required. Why? Network load balancer is required because our portal that will be exposed, the Coredge portal, that will be a self-service portal for sify to end user and the admin, that will also be
must have
coming
internet.
Portal is
from.
fine. The orchestration portal is
They-
fine, but
No, that will be coming on a load balancer, no network load balancer. So it could be a small network load balancer or existing network load balancer. We need
I
an
got that.
LB.
I got that. My ask is, you still need a load balancer for the orchestration itself. For example, if there is some scaling that has to be done, you need a load balancer, right? Or you provision the load balancer internally.
So we have, by default, we have that one HA proxy on which we have showed. We go in server deployment, we go with the F5 kind of appliance as well. So we orchestrate that. If we are going to the enterprise load balancer kind of, then this will be needed
So,
for the orchestration.
and also like Maz, just why 18th is written, is specification we can lower down or we can use the current load balancer, but where an load balancer is required to expose our own services itself. So we
But
rely on an
we have
enterprise
expecting
solution
that.
because that is a landing
For the
page.
core orchestration
Yes.
portal externally. Right?
Yes.
That's fine. That's fine.
That will be sify portal gradually. It's just
Got it.
backed by Coredge, right? So that
Got it,
needs to
fine.
be having a WAF policy properly so that DDoS and other things can be avoided. Application can be secured.
Anyway, you will have those things.
That is part of the data center. Service.
So
Existing
that can be
setup.
done from existing setup. Yes.
Got it. I think I'm okay in that case.
So his main point was whether it is a part of overall orchestration that this is needed and external cannot be used. So if they have existing, we can consume that. That's what he's
true.
saying.
Correct, Maza. You got your point. Yes, you got it. Yes.
And also this perimeter firewall, can we leverage an existing firewall or do we need it separately?
Agar there is one case that for north-south traffic on public IPs, when we want to restrict the traffic, like this is allowed, this is not allowed, by default everything is denied. So that time, because the public IP would have a gateway to perimeter firewall, so every rule has to be placed in the perimeter firewall. So I think we need to have that a dedicated one, a small one that can be extended gradually, like checkpoint and other, which gives up flexibility to
Okay.
extend by their gateway or even Fortinet. So, but it needs to be a dedicated with a starting range of firewall
It
category.
needs to be orchestrated by you.
Yeah, we will
Yes,
do
yes.
that rule policy.
Because
as well.
otherwise it could disturb the existing traffic when we would take a admin control. So that's, we don't want it. So
Got it.
we just need to put the rules, firewall rules on the public IPs. The priority one rule is allow 22 port or RDP port on public IP. That is something we need to do.
Okay. Got you. I'm pretty much okay, except for this 9 and 16, which we discussed on the number of ports on the switches. If we can revise the configuration, this should be okay.
So Rajat, aap just note it down. Me and Maz can work with
Already
that.
highlighted in my sheet, like I will put that in notes also.
It's on 3, 4 bytes.
Here,
It's the external storage. It's a storage. How
many counts totally?
6, 7.5. 3 nodes. 6 to 7.5 GB.
So what is total capacity?
10 into 20 dB.
Three servers.
The overall usable capacity you are asking. So it will be half that is available. So
No, not that one. That
The above one.
Sorry, the above.
Storage server.
Sorry.
this one. So it will be half of this 7.5 TB into 6 into 3 divided by 2.
So this connectivity will be isolated.
This will be RBD. It is a wrapper on top of ISP. So that is the protocol with this set.
IP server. Oh, it's IP over.
So it is not exactly iSCSI where you have initiated and all. So there's concept of keying and all which authorize and then the devices are mapped. So it is above iSCSI, wrapped iSCSI internally, I guess. But it's not iSCSI.
This, for all this storage, how many nodes you are taking?
Three.
Right?
3 nodes.
3 is required for any storage object or block at least. 3 with some number of disk. Otherwise, the redundancy and other things cannot be achieved.
It is completely doable. It can be same, it can be different, but here we have given different.
Separate.
Yes.
For the management server, you mentioned 5 nodes. For 250 VM, do we really make 5 nodes? For the management, 250 VM setup, do we need 5 nodes for management server?
Yes.
So Maz, इसमें just to add, Selvam, before Maz adds, Maz, इसमें what we discussed that day na, complete CCS would be deployed for PaaS, IS and AI workload.
Okay, got it.
It's a consolidated sheet now. So we could create VMs also, Maz, if you have that idea, but we can propose as an alternative to have a dedicated VMs also, but at least we need this configuration, right?
Okay, got it.
So here you use a seriation PV for object.
Yes.
Yes. What is that policy?
It is 4 plus 3, I guess. 4 plus 3 or 2 plus
4
3.
plus 2.
Yeah.
So minimum node is 3. How do you scale? You can scale how many nodes? Or add more?
It is stable. You can add more.
1 by 1 or
In number of odd numbers. If you are using it as a coded, you can add in odd numbers.
so the capacity will be like 10 into 20 into 3 divided by 1.5.
Yes, some sort of the 67.
So, but this what certification that's what is the set?
So it is upstream cell hardened by Coredge. Upstream cell, but hardened by Coredge. So it is open source, but hardened by us.
Open source is what it's a Red Hat or
It is community. Like we have open, like we were discussing open.
okay, what
Same
about the software defined storage for the block?
Both are same only. So for S3 you mentioned we have tie up with quantum, right? So there we have 2 options. We can have this one as well as quantum as well. So block we will Ceph only.
Both are Ceph only, right? Ceph object and Ceph
This object can be Ceph or quantum.
or quantum. Or from Ceph I can also integrate with Cloudian also, right? For tiering or something like that.
So what it provides at the end, it does provide bucket.
Yeah.